your lights on or off when you want. Just say Alexa, turn on the lights in 30 minutes.
Okay, so I figured it out. I got this thing working. Even got a couple other little things in place, got fixed. There is one issue yet that I want to fix, but it's not an error, so to speak. So after I've finally got this confirmation part to run, I do have now the state of the last time when I activate the email, I get the last sign in, and I am currently signed in. So it is coming back in now. It is creating a session for me, and it's doing what I want it to do using the latest code versus other. Now, there's I feel like there's a pretty strong possibility that something in here not needed. I don't know what. I guess I could start experimenting with removing stuff, but ultimately, I think like we have like I think like this. I'm not sure what this verify OTP over I don't know what that is, but that could be where it's actually verifying the token. And then we go down here and we actually redirect to my origin. So you can see here that I didn't actually use the function exchange code for sign-on. So I don't even need it. Seems to work fine without it. But that didn't fix my issue of duplication. See, we got this. This is getting called 2 times. First time, we do the checking for error for verify, before redirect. That's right here. We do the redirect. We go to origin now. The reason this might not work on occasion, the only reason it worked here is because I have these extra logs in, and it's slowing down the process just enough that we can get to this origin before it kicks out. But when it comes back through and executes a second time, we get an error. See where it says error encountered? It only happens once. So the first time it's succeeding, going past the redirect, because what's happening is the second time, the email's already been verified and confirmed, and it's already there. So ultimately what's happening is the second time it's like, hey, well, we already have it's already been verified. That email's no longer valid. And we got to stop getting it to happen twice. So that's kind of what I need to fix right now, just to kind of stop it. Now, I think a use effect can stop it. I don't know. I got to figure out why I don't know why it's getting called twice. Some people say it's the strict mode, which I thought I turned strict mode off, but I can't remember where I did it. Okay, so I'm this stuff's all new to me, man. So when I look at this, I don't even remember where strict mode is. There is a setting somewhere that has strict mode set. So this is my not quite lunch. All right, so as I said, this does work, but if I keep letting it duplicate, I'm going to keep getting an error, and sometimes this error will trigger fast enough and it'll redirect me to an error page instead of to my home page, which really doesn't preclude me from being able to use the site and continue on as though I'm logged in, because I am still logged in. It's just like it's trying to validate the email twice, and the second time it goes, hey, you're already validated, man. You've already got this. I'll have to figure out where. Yeah, I think I took strict mode out. I mean, you're supposed to have it on during dev, or they say you should use it during dev, because strict mode could cause issues, but I think I've already eliminated it as an issue. But that doesn't mean it's not there somewhere. I mean, it could be like set false, or set, instead of being true, it's set false. It's use effect. I knew it was use effect. Again, right, but you can disable strict mode in React, and then your component, your hook. And then your component, your hook, use. Whoa, this is not a, whoa, again. Right, but you can disable strict mode in React, and then your component, your hooks, like use. Oh, I hope that's not really what that phrase is. I'm thinking it's cut off somewhere, because that is not words you can read. Now this is a server-side document that I'm trying to prevent from running twice, I think. Yeah, it's a server-side document. So I've got to prevent that from firing 2 times. I don't have use effect even on right now. I'm not trying to get it to run twice. I'm trying to prevent. I don't even have a use effect. I can't complain about that. I don't even have use effect in my, how come use effect? Is that the only time? Server action running execute twice. Let's see what this says. Nope, don't have an on change. No, this is all wrong. It's not what I want, man. See, the thing is, I don't think it's just running twice. I think somehow it's being called twice. JavaScript function, JavaScript server function running twice. I know I'm not the only one who's running into this, so there's got to be a solution. You know what? I feel like that's what this... All right, let's try some. So I have my previous class I took, which was a React class. And I'm pretty sure it's use effect. Use effect is the one that can stop things from running more than once, and that's what you use the empty, right? The empty setting. confirm. Supabase confirm running twice. Not return error on duplicate email. Edge function running twice. Edge function when run locally in the CLI or via production once deployed. In both cases, the edge function runs twice. I don't know what the heck the edge function is. You know what? When you have it working, I know it's working. I've got it all. I just got to get past. I got to stop this duplication. I don't know what restock is. Well, Supabase has a lot of things about it, but it doesn't talk about running it twice. Because if you wait, it'll kick you out on the first try. I mean, it'll error on both if like I were to run the same email a second time, because it will have run twice already. It will have run once successfully, once failed, and then the next time I click it, it'll fail twice. It's just getting called twice. I don't know why. All right, let's see if let's see if we're strict mode. Maybe it is strict mode. How to disable. Let's see if that even does any strict mode in React. Let's just see if that causes me problems. Look for this code in index.js. Do I even have an index.js? Nah, I don't even have an index.js. Not in my, not in here, I don't. I have it in my other app, in my actual React app. So there is no strict mode. Yeah, I'm not, because I'm using NextJS, not technically all React. It's NextJS that uses React in the programming, but it's actually NextJS, which doesn't use index. So that's not the problem. All right. Use effect to prevent double render. Let's try that. Make sure to list all of the dependencies correctly and avoid changing state inside the effect. With the change, the use effect will only run when the count changes and not every time the component re-renders. All right, I gotta go look. I gotta refresh my memory, man. I tell you, it's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks of a class that lasted for 1 week or for last. So I have to, even though I'm using Next.js here, remembering the difference between React and Next.js, which is different, by the way. I mean, you're using the code for React, but you're not, your application is not functionally a React function, which is, you know, the way it is. Okay, so if I go here, Supabase. Okay, so I got past that error, so I don't need that anymore. Here, repositories. Let's go here. And we'll go to my Dojo blog, which is the one that was my React class. And then I'm going to go here and look at source. And I had a number of bits. Notice how it's all in one. It's totally different from the way that worked in the NextJS. Let's see here. Home. Nope. It's kind of interesting. You have an import of use effect and use state, but not actually using it. There's use effect. Constant abort, new abort controller. So the way I noticed that the way this is supposed to prevent you from like calling the data twice. It's like you use effect to do your thing, set timeout, fetch your stuff, then error coming back from server. Return is pending, is set data, set error. Then we have an error catch. Okay, so then we run our code, return. Oh, that's got a timeout on it. And then we abort the fetch, return abort.const. Abort cont equals new abort controller. So this is actually meant to prevent you from calling the data twice. That's all this is doing is fetch. It runs the thing, get data, pending error, whatever. Then it says use effect. And then it has const abort controller, which just essentially is meant to prevent you from calling the data twice. And then we abort. I don't remember what is the URL. So when we come to this URL, I'm wondering if I can do the same thing. But I don't know if abort controller is going to work here. I'm really thinking I don't want this to run again. So the goal is that if it comes in a second time, that it blows up. I don't want this to run twice. So 1,000 just means a second. It's a millisecond, right? So it's 1,000 milliseconds. So after about a second, it prevents it. It won't allow it to run again. And then it says return data from whatever it was. So I'm wondering if I checked in this whole thing. Because I feel like this is missing stuff. I don't remember where I was. I should probably have put a marker on it. I should check in my latest one. make sure I have the latest one. I feel like some of this stuff is, and I mean, I do have a lot of the parts, but I feel like it's incomplete. But I'm wondering if I can do this. Let's do a quick search on a board controller. So, okay, it looks like this works wrong. I don't want the second one to be the success. I want the first one. I just don't want it to run a second time. That's all I want, man. If somebody calls it while it's in process, I want it to kick out. Say, block it. So this is only gonna work for data. Huh. All right, let's see. Finally, I entered React app. Dang it. There's got to be a way. Seems like. How do I prevent it from running? So the second time in, if. Because I don't think there's any. Is it state? Maybe a state object? Could I use a state object and then I hold a variable and a state, and then like if the state object has been set, it's like the first thing we do is set it and we use state. I don't know if that works. It's probably a kludge, but no, I haven't been able to find anywhere else that says how to do it. Let's see. How to cancel duplicate component function call NextJS. Because it's not a use effect being called twice. I just want to cancel it. It's saying everybody complains about it, but nobody says cancel duplicate fetch request. I don't want a duplicate fetch request. It's not what this is. Build your application caching. Seems fetching same data multiple times. It's not what I'm trying to solve. Avoid duplicate tags. So what's happening is somebody clicks or when I click, or I would imagine anybody clicks their confirmation email, it runs in here and it does it twice. You can see immediately they run, and the first one through gets to do this, and the second one doesn't get to do this. He doesn't get to do this part. It just goes, oh, I already did this part, and fails and goes here. So the second one is failing, first one's succeeding, but they're both getting here, and they both get here pretty quick. So how do I I mean, I could cancel the error, but I don't, what if it fails the first time? I mean, I don't, there's got to be a way to, if it's, gotta love the overcomplications of some things. And this isn't even me. This is, I mean, this is the Supabase code. I'm not doing anything. In fact, this is completely an exact copy of what Supabase said to do for the confirmation. So something is causing this to come in here and run this twice. And it's just running it twice. It comes in, triggers it, and goes bam, bam. And I can't find anywhere that says, don't run it twice. So it's either getting called twice or there's some, I mean, it has to be getting called twice, right? But why? Why? Because like if you look at the ticket, I'll show you what a ticket looks like. Oops, wrong one. This guy. Oh, well, can't show you from there because it's not there no more. Let's go here. Oh, I got overdue time sessions. Wait, what is that? Yeah, I know, man. I didn't start it. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm trying to get myself organized by using workspaces, but I sometimes don't. It's like, yeah, I'm working on it, man. So if I go to projects and improve my coding skills, and why does that say in progress? Oh, I'm still in progress on that, but that actually was, wow, that's way past though. I did work on it till like 11 o'clock last night, but yeah. What does that say? 3 hours and 26 minutes? That's not right. 3 hours and did it start on its own? Did it go, hey, it's a new day. We're just gonna start this timer. Don't think that's right. Can I fix this? Can I change the time on it? It's not running, is it? I don't know. Nope, it's not running. Oh, well, because I need to start it again? All right, let's click that. And we'll say, I don't know, what is my project? Skills improvement. There we go. So now it's running. Or it should be. It should be running. Oh, there it goes. It's a little slow to show it, but there it is. It's running. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Okay. Trying to learn how to use tools, man. Just trying to learn all this stuff. So I'm using ClickUp. Yeah, I know. It's overdue work session. Okay, so why does this not show me my... All right, let's go to I want to show you my thingamajigger. Thingamajigger. It's not an official term, by the way. I don't even know. The callback message. Because it only calls it once. It doesn't have any extra information in it. The only thing it has in there is the token hash and the type. I don't even know what next is supposed to be because I'm not using next. I have it here, but it just deletes it. So not sure why. I'm not even sure why we delete it. Is it deleting it because it's trying to keep it from showing up in the next path? I don't know what it's doing. It's kind of weird. I should probably remove it once to just see what it does to the path, but doesn't really solve my problem. I need to figure out why it's calling it twice though. You click on it, it comes in here. Oh, by the way, the way I resolved getting this confirmation running is there is actually a step or an option in Supabase where you set the callback file. So what I was trying to do was do it the way the helpers defined it, and the helpers is the old version. That's what the Net Ninja class said to do. But it wasn't working. I couldn't use the eDirect. It would put it in the path of the confirm. I got that, but it wasn't triggering anything. It wasn't actually coming back here. So what I did was use the functionality that comes from here. So if I go here and oh, here it is. I actually have it open. So confirmation email. This is a section that goes right in here. And what they do is they say, hey, put this in there instead, and you're going to the site URL and the path. Site URL is where my site is. And then it says API auth confirmation hash whatever. And then it says confirm your email. So that's the link. Follow this link to confirm your user. So this comes into my link, and this is what it puts in there. So the confirmation email now shows this plus token hash plus type sign up, and it also includes whatever URL you have it set up. So here I got confirmation. See, auth confirm. So auth confirm. Now it is under API auth confirm. So that's what I have here. And so that's how it started working. I got it to come in, and now it executes this exactly like it's supposed to, except it's doing it twice. For some reason, I click one time. I even try to be very, very careful. I click one time real quick. Make sure I don't double click, don't do anything weird to make sure it's executing it once. Comes in here, fires twice. Why? 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 Because the second time creates an error that will kick you, that if it happens fast enough, it kicks you to an error page instead of to your home page, which is where I'm trying to get. And I got it to work because I put in console logs, and I think those created a delay that allowed it to actually route to here before it was able to route to here, but it did still get the error encountered. It just didn't reroute me because I wasn't on this page anymore. I was on this page, and I don't think it'll redirect you from a new page. It'll redirect you from the page you're currently on. So I need to figure out how to kick this back. I feel like it's an easy thing, and I was thinking, I thought use effect would work with the abort. I thought use effect would work just to the abort controller, but the abort controller cancels the first call, not the second call. So I don't want to cancel the second call. Oh, the first call. I want to keep the first call and cancel any subsequent call that comes in. Let's see. Let's see. Dang it. What if I don't use an async function? What if I just use a regular function? Prevent component function because it is a synchronous call, right? Prevent component function from executing while already running. See, it is a state function. I might be able to do this. Let's see if this has a way. I was thinking using state, but I wasn't sure if that would work. Let's see how they do it. How this would be done, assuming. See, what's his problem? App, I have function inside a functional component that renders JSX that I need when the app loads initially. The catch is I don't need it rerun every time the component updates and the return method is called. This content is rendered with an API call and it's expensive to rerun constantly. To prevent this function from being run every render, you will need to store return value of the function in local state. You will probably want the function to be rerun every time the JSON data changes, which can be difficult if the JSON has deeply nested data. Here's an example of how this would be done, assuming the data was passed as a proper prop. See, I don't mind if somebody, like if somebody else hits a confirm email, I want that. So it's basically like I need to make sure that, like you say, if it changes. So that's the trick. If it changes, if it's the same. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if this works. Oh, dang it. Alright, hold on a sec. Okay. Back to task. Okay, so sorry, I had to reply to my daughter's inquiry. Here's an example of how this would be done, assuming the data was passed as a prop to your class component. Assuming it's passed as a prop, but so we are getting data. So if I could compare, if I come in here and like I could have a tag that says if running, and then can we just compare search params? What would be the token hash? The token hash be the item I want to make sure is not a match. So if the token hash matches the state, all right, what does he do? Render section JSON. We're using hooks. New starting in React version 16.8. Okay. Props, render section content. Do stuff. Return form section. My component. Default function. What happens if I don't run it as an async? I'm just going to try to not run it as an async. This would just prevent things from running at the same time. And how many people are going to register at the same time? I could be wrong. I feel like maybe I don't need to run this as async. I'm going to see what happens if I don't run this as async. I mean, worst it could do is blow up, right? And it's already kind of doing that. So, yeah, you know, I feel like if it's allowing it to run asynchronously, that's the problem, right? I shouldn't. I want it to run um, sequentially. I don't care if people have. If the day I have, two people trying to register at the same time, and they have to wait for more than a fraction of a second for it to register. I mean, I would have to have like 50 people running, and everybody's like in line going, "Why is this taking so long?" I'm not going to ever have that, especially not on this test application. So I'm not too worried about it. Oh, here's the thing. I don't know what it is, but there's a complexity requirement for this Supabase password, but it doesn't tell you what it is or doesn't give you an error back. It just rejects the call. And I was trying to figure that out yesterday, and I was like, why is this rejecting my call? I don't understand. I was starting to simplify my passwords, and it started blowing them back, and I'm like, is there something going on? Am I getting blocked somewhere? Don't you love it when you get text messages from USPS? Hey, you have a package. We don't have the proper address, so we're going to send it back. And I'm like, USPS doesn't text me. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? People are like, uh, uh, funny. Okay. All right, so we got the registration. Looks like I got my email back, so let's go check it out. Bidda, 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 bidda. Bidda, 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 bidda. Is this one? Nope. Is it here? Oh, there it is. 10:50 a.m. See my new the setup, sign up. It's all it is. Type and then the big token hash. I'm gonna see what this does though. Let's see if this triggers my thing to run twice. Oh, that's right. We can't run async when we're doing it in a wait. Oh shoot. Well, that didn't work. I forgot about that. You have to have a wait. You have to have a async when you're doing await because you have to allow, which is funny. It's like you're doing an async and then you wait. Basically, don't do the async. So I don't know. I mean, if you take the async out and take the await out, will that work? What if I don't? I don't want to. I mean, I don't. What if I don't want to run asynchronously? The whole point is for this to allow for you to have multiple calls, and then you can't make this call twice, right? Unless one is done. You know what? Screw it. I'm taking that out. I'm gonna see. It may not let me because the Supabase Auth may have an await in it. If you have any await down the line, it blows up. So this might not work. Ooh, all kinds of stuff. I don't think this is gonna work now, but let's see what happens. Huh. Check that out. It ran, it still ran twice. but it still ran twice, but it actually did the entire thing. Interestingly enough, the second one did not error. Check for error after verify. Check for error before redirect. Both of them managed to get to this point without an error. And we ended up back where we were supposed to. But I still got a duplicate run. I want this one to go away. I don't want it to happen twice. Stop it. Stupid code. Why do you keep doing that? I want to see what happens if I click it again. And now it's just working every time. But if I go here and reload. So it did log me in at 10:54. And it's not going to change. Once you're logged in, it's not going to, like, this isn't going to, like, but the thing is, it's not going to say, hey, you've already logged in, or hey, you've already done X or Y. It's just going to go with it. It doesn't change this. I'm still signed in. It's just taking me back, but I'm still getting a double run. So that kind of fixed it. But all it's doing is saying, hey, let's go ahead and verify redirect. And then it's going to say, hey, let's do it again. It's like, why is it calling it twice? Stop it. I don't want it to call it twice. Why is it going around and doing it 2 times? Do I have some kind of weird code in my Supabase call? Am I triggering it twice? You know what? I don't think there is, but I'm going to dump any old data. So like this login and this setup, sign up, they don't actually do anything anymore. These are the ones that the project wanted me to do. But now that I have this authorize, I have my action page, my page, which is setting up the code, and then I have the action, which is here, which is doing my login and my sign up. I don't need the login and sign up page, so I am going to dump these. I don't think, I'm pretty sure they have no verification, no valid, no part of anything. And I'm not using this auth form, which is the handle submit, because again, I already have my buttons in there. So I can get rid of that. I don't know what this is. That's a Dojo help desk. Oh, okay. So really, I just got it down to just using my authorized page, which is this and this. And so I've kind of cleaned up a little bit because I no longer have certain parts of this in play. It still doesn't prevent me from having it still doesn't prevent me from having a double call though. And I don't know why I'm getting a double call. Ugh. Why? And how do I stop it? Making it asynchronous just makes it go through twice. Or or making it synchronous is just making it go through twice. Which seems to be okay. I don't know why it's going through twice. Makes it not error because apparently it's got enough time to function. But how do I reject the second call? Ugh, all right. This is, I hate when I'm spending too much time on something that feels like it's. Oh, I'm running out of drinks, man. But I need something to drink. I need something carbonated. Be right back. I'm gonna go get my protein drink. My dog just had to come back down with me. And I promise by 11:15 she will have already started getting all antsy-pantsy and want to go back up. Unless she falls asleep, and then I guess it's not a big deal. But I think if she falls asleep, she'll take a nap and she'll stay down here for a long time. So I'm mixing my Kickstart with my protein drink. Just makes the Kickstart last longer. And adds a little bubbly to my drink. I don't want to shake it too much because I don't want it to explode. All right, back to task. Really, I'm just spending a lot of time thinking about it, right? So the synchronous plan worked, but it also still allows it to run double. I'd rather it just go, hey, if it's already running right now, just and the values are the same, blow them up, and then when it's done, then when it's done, I don't know. I feel like I'm not sure how long it's gonna wait. That's my question. It's like, will it block it? I actually want to allow it to run the second time. But the second time, if it's the same information, just skip over everything. Don't do anything. That's what I'm saying. Let it come in, say, hey, we're here. First one goes through, says verify, redirect. The other one just says, I'm out of here. So I'm not going to run again because it's already there. And then when this one's done, it'll clear the path. So if somebody clicks again, it'll do whatever it's going to do. But it'll prevent it from being instantaneously executing the same one twice. That's what I'm aiming for. So, how to avoid duplicate requests. Let's see here. Async function layout, children, React node, test duplication. This request is duplicated for all slug pages. I don't want it to run twice. In my head, I thought these. But everybody's like got whatever this problem is. Same problem, same problem. I really hate this concept that has been set by the Versal. I don't have that. It says you can disable this in your next.config.js. Yeah, that's great, but I don't have a next.config.js. If I do, oh wait, let's see, next, I have next. Yeah, see, I don't have a next.config.js, and I've already done a search for that value anyway. Na, 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 na. There's a lot of stuff in the next folder. I don't have static. Next. Was it next what? Next. Talk. No. Next. Oh, React strict mode. Next config. Oh, there's next config, but doesn't have anything. That's MJS. Const next config. So they have this. Is what this is. It's basically what I'm looking at here. But I don't have a strict mode in there. I don't have React strict mode equals anything. Or do I have to actually say React strict mode? Let's try it. Let's go in here and say React strict mode equals false. Oh, no equals. Weird. Okay. There you go. Starting. All right, let's see what happens if I go here and click my thing again. I mean, I do expect it'll fail, but that's okay. It's okay if it fails. Why do I keep getting this? I do one little update and all of a sudden, oh, because I'm getting likes on it? Huh, okay. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. Me too, but only it's okay. So let's see what this does. Let's go to my personal email. Personal email. Gotta find my personal email. Here we go. right, let me check my email. So what do you think of this Mike Tyson fight thing? I mean, the guy's in his what, 60s? He's old. Gonna write what's his name, Jake Paul or John Paul or whatever his name is, that he's gonna fight, and I'm like, I don't know. The good thing is I don't think this guy's all that. But even if he wins, or I mean, what's that mean to Tyson? If Tyson knocks him out, hey, good, a 60-year-old managed to beat a 20-some-year-old. But it's not like he's ready to come back, right? I mean, looking at him, he's getting up there. He's starting to look a little out of shape. I mean, he doesn't even look like a guy who stayed in shape. You know, I mean, he looks okay. He's got some size to him still. But I don't think he looks like someone who's ready to be fighting. I could see, I mean, I've seen 60-year-olds that look like they're more prepped for fighting than he is. I don't know where my confirmation email went. I'm trying to find it. I guess I can send myself a new one. I just think it's weird that it vanished. I mean, I should have at least downloaded somewhere. Confirm your sign up. Because I did one this morning. That's so weird. Huh. All right, well, let's just send a new one. I mean, it's not that hard. Let's just do a new one. I don't know where it went or why it went or what's going on with my confirmation emails once they get used. Apparently they just vanish, which I don't think is no, that is not a feature I programmed into it. Okay, let's go ahead and figure this out. So let's go ahead. Go back to my, I can use that. All right, so I'll go here. We're going to go to authorize. See if my new adjustment did anything. And if React strict mode, turning that off actually does anything, what that tells me is that at least I know a solution, because I've heard that strict mode is an issue in dev, and I am running in dev right now. And then that means theoretically, if I did a build and a compile, it shouldn't do it at all, even with strict mode on, because it shouldn't do anything in build. So from what I understand. All right, so let's see, which one did I use? This one? I think I used this one. There it is. And here we go. We got the new email and sign up and all that nonsense. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it did it anyway, but it's weird. Okay, so really it did, we made it, verify redirect, we made it, verify redirect, did it twice again, so that strict mode nonsense didn't do a squat for me. Then it tells you what path it went to and how long it took to run it. Second time was 876, but why was there a second time? Curve! You should only get one call. Why am I getting multiple calls? I can't accept it. My brain says, no, that doesn't make sense. Why are you calling twice? Why? Stop it. And oh God, I feel like it's not even, I feel like there's an actual call coming. I mean, why is it triggering twice? I mean, things are functioning. I have it functioning, but I'm stubborn. I don't like that it's calling twice. There's gotta be something that's oh, all right. I gotta move on. Let's move on. I mean, it functions now. I've got it working. This is not necessary. Obviously, it doesn't do anything. I'm not sure that it did anything before. All I've done to make this function like this is to remove the async property from the function and just make it run synchronously. And I don't know that that's great. I mean, probably not. I mean, if I had a large amount of customers, that would be a problem, I guess. You know, people signing up all the time. It's not ideal. The best situation would be for me to figure out how it's doing it. And I'm sure there's a solution. I thought about trying to use state, turning it back into an async function. If I turn it back into an async function, it can run simultaneously, but I need to figure out how to make sure that it doesn't run through twice. And use state to prevent duplicate, prevent duplicate function. I don't know. How can I reduce duplication in React while using useState? I'm using useState in a React Native. I created island time and lack time. I also create functions called onSubmitFunc. Stop duplicating your React state. Take this contrived example. You probably have experienced some of them, even if you didn't realize it. All right, so do you see the problem here? The parent component needs to know what the state of the child component is. We're setting the initial state and passing it down. We also have to attach a callback to get the value when it updates. The issue is that we are duplicating the state in two places. The form and the select are both managing their own copies of the same state. This sort of duplication of the state is actually really common in the code I've reviewed over the past several years, but it can lead to several issues. First of all, it's more complex than it needed to be. What if I said use effect? I feel like use effect is the thing I'm trying to accomplish here. What if I... Does use effect work on a server component? Let the parent manage all the state and make the child component completely presentational. Here's an example of hoisting the responsibility of maintaining the state to the parent component. Option 1. See, I don't know if that would work. guess I don't know what it is I'm trying to accomplish. I mean, I do know what I want to happen, but that's the thing. It's like, how do I pin down how? There's got to be a way. I'm gonna. This is like one of those things that's gonna bug me until it works or it does it. And that's why I end up spending too much time on this. I have got everything working. I've gotten the auth token working. I should probably go back and break this down into a nice little simple video to show how I did all this. But I mean, so many people have already done it, and they're probably cleaner and conciser. But this is me learning it, so it's a different approach. But what I don't have is when I go to this API confirm, this is calling twice, and I need to stop it from calling twice, or at least make it ignore the second call if the data is the same. And I would imagine that means using useState, but somebody knows the answer to this problem. Remove non-unique items from useState array. 5 most common useState mistakes. I'm not even using useState. I just want to prevent. Let's see. JavaScript. Prevent identical function calls. Identical async function calls. Higher order function to prevent duplicate calls to an async function. Oh, this guy just telling you how to do it. TypeScript. Higher order function to prevent duplicate calls to an async function. And a lot of these have to do with data, right? They're getting data from, if they're doing a fetch or something. But this is like, and it's all checking to see if the data is already being, if like there's already a promise in process. And the whole point of these function prevent duplicate async. See, we're doing this promise, which is looking at the data. This is basically the same callback, but I'm not doing a promise. I'm just doing I don't care. I mean, all I want to do is see if my URL is identical. If the request.url is the exact same thing, see, they have these useState, and we have now these are all clients. So useState may just be a client thing too. I may not even be able to do a state on the server. No, no, no. They do have a lot of docs on Supabase. I'll grant them that. They have a lot of good. They have a lot of docs. I was going to say good documentation. It's adequate documentation. I won't call it good documentation. It's like there's too many things that are not quite great. That's cool. Can't actually connect on any of this. Look, there's another one. They actually have it, JSX Auth. After a user is signed in, we can allow them to edit their profile details and manage. Launch. Now we have all the components in place. Let's update app.jsx. Create an upload widget. I don't know, man. I am struggling to find the solution for this duplication. I wonder if it's something I should write Supabase about. It's like, you know, I don't know. Do they even respond to people? Is there even a help option here? Is that a thing? You know, I'm doing the free Supabase, and they're probably like, "Don't talk to us unless you're paying us." That's how I feel like when they give you, when you get free stuff, they're like, "Yeah, you get free, but don't expect any help from us." And their search is terrible on this, by the way. I mean, it's not even close to good. Yeah, see, they don't actually have build in a weekend, scale to millions. There's a blog. Open source, become a partner, careers, changelog, integration, documents. Support. Let's go see if there's support for developers. How can we help? Found a bug. Sure, we'll call that a bug. Join our GitHub discussions or our Discord server. Want to suggest a new feature? Share it with us through our community. Ask a question? Asking the community is not going to help. People don't reply to you. I'm serious. I've never been a fan of asking the community because you never get answers back. Nobody ever knows. They ask you for all this other detail stuff. All right, well, look, they actually have community. I don't know that it's going to help. Auth. Confirm. Mm-hmm. Email redirect to sending the config URL rather than the custom URL. It's not unable to create. All right, let's go back to my page. We're going to go here. Let's see. Email confirm is triggering. Email confirmation is triggering route.js or confirmation confirm page confirm route.js twice when clicked. Email confirmation twice. Does anybody have any problems with the email confirmation? Just in the search. Error sending, resending. Email registration behavior different between local and hosted versions. Basic auth config causes authentication failure. No, all right, let's just say new issue. They'll never fix it, but I'm going to do it anyway. They'll never fix it. They don't care about me. Okay, email confirmation triggers confirm / route.js twice. Every I receive a lot of bug reports which have already been solved. Yeah, but I look them up and they're not there. If you're looking for help, please try these first. Yeah, well, they haven't solved this one. Before open a bug report, please verify the following. Well, no, because I copied their code. This is an exact copy of their code. So it's not me. We'll go yes. This is basically a copy and paste your auth confirm, have your auth confirm code example. Plus code works fine. It is just getting executed twice every time a confirmation email link is clicked. You know, I mean, you have to let people know when they have. I confirm, I have searched, I've searched all over the place, man. All right. Every time I click my confirmation email link on Auth, link sent to me via Auth, sign up, the custom Auth confirm route.js, which is a copy of the code you provide, runs twice. You provide in your documentation. This causes it to the first pass successfully processes, but since the second call is also running, that one fails and often triggers the reroute to the error page. Before the first call can reroute to the success page. Easy. Easy. Sign up and wait for confirmation email. Click on confirmation email link. Track the auth/confirm page that is triggered. And see duplication as below. And we'll say this. Huh? That's not. Oh, can I not put in? I cannot put in. Does that actually work? HTTPS GitHub Supabase blah 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 assets. I don't know. Did it actually put in a page? Can I do that? Did that work? Try to paste, but it just did HTTPS get. Oh, I guess it's putting it in at a location so that it'll work. I don't know. Let's see if that works. What do you expect to happen? I expect it would only run once. And not error. That's oh look, it actually has another screenshot thing. We'll do it twice. We'll have it in there again. I don't know what else to tell them, man. I mean, it's like, it's really pretty simple. It shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, additional context. I don't have any strict mode values set true. Just so they don't tell me it's strict mode. Whatever. I have it on there like 3 times. So it's on there. It's there. It exists. We'll see. I mean, I need to get this working now, so I'm going to figure it out before, or figure out a hack to get around it. It should not be calling twice. That's all there is to it. Let's try one other thing. I do have one option. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to say yes. And then I'm going to try to do a build. I'm going to do npm, is it next build? Oh, no, that's not it. Something build. It's something build, man. It's the thing that builds things, you know. Package, JSON. We're going to go ahead, next build, build. I'll just say build. Okay, npm build. npm build. So, if I do this, nope, that didn't work either. npm run build. Oh, run build. Oh, God. npm run build. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so let's see if this is npm. Let's just do this. Let's start. Export encountered errors on following paths. What? What? Who? What? Tickets? What's wrong with my tickets page? Generating static pages. Type error, fetch failed. Wait, what? Econ. Fetch. Oh, that's a lot of errors. What the heck? Fetch failed. Fetch. What the heck is undici? Internal depths undici. Type error. Fetch failed. Boy, it really did a lot of blowing up. The optional sharp package strongly recommended. Run npm. We'll use it automatically for image options. I don't care about that. Compiled successfully. Linting, checking validity of types, collecting page data. Alright, let's just see what happens if I start this. It says compiled successfully. No such file or directory. Huh. Doesn't like it. So basically my build failed. Oh, that's stupid. No such file or directory. Did it start or not start? Starting. No, it did not start. Manifest JSON. I am. See, that's why I'm saying, man, I'm a noob here. If you're here for expert guidance, if you're just watching a guy who's learning how to code, and if you're trying to do this too, well, I feel for you. I was trying to see if running a build would allow this to function, but obviously I've got other things going on that are tripping up. I don't know why, and it could be that some of these things aren't pointing at valid data. I don't know. I don't know why it's not functioning. Probably be better chance to finish if I just got through the class. It's like an outstanding issue that just irritates my mind. My mind is like saying, no, you can't have this tiny little thing going on. Even though things are functioning, it's like, why is it duplicating? It's an irritant. It's like always having that niggly little thing in the back of my mind. It's like when I paint my miniatures. I see a spot that is plastic that should just be a hole. And I like, just paint over it, Ken. Just paint over it. Pretend like it's the cloak or the arm, or just pretend like it's not there. and I'm in my mind going, pretend like it's not there. Pretend like it's not there. And then I end up getting the drill out, drilling out the hole. It's like, can't do it, man. It's just, I can't let it go. I can't let it go. I gotta have success. I gotta have perfection. If not, I mean, I won't be able. I mean, I'm not a miniatures painter that paints to perfection, but I can't have little niggly things going on that I know can be fixed. I know can be fixed. I know my art skill isn't great, so I know that really can't be fixed. I mean, practice, blah, blah, blah. I'm always going to be kind of, because that's just not me. I'm not an artistic person in that sense. I have a different kind of creative mind. My mind can create things and solve problems and do things of that nature and work with stuff until I make it happen. But when it comes to art, in fact, I can appreciate art. I can look at it and go, wow, that's nice. I can do that. I can see flaws and details because my mind sees the functional parts of even art, but replicating functional parts of art. It's like, I could look at mine and go, oh yeah, I could see all the problems. And then I try to fix them and it's like, well, I got less problems, but they're still there. Okay, let's do this. You know what? I really do have to move on to the next thing. Let's go to, I'm going to let it ride because I know it works, and ultimately I need to get things running. So npm run dev. We'll just bring it back up to my dev state. It functions. Some reason I can't build it yet. There's something going on. I submitted my issue to Supabase. They will ignore me. I won't ever get it fixed by them. There is some reason why this is running twice, and I don't know what it is, but at this point, it is not critical. My code functions, and as such, I need to move on. I'll just someday, somehow, some way, I'll get someone to tell me the answer, or I'll find an answer. I feel like there's something. Maybe it's just my understanding of the different things, use state and use effect, that might solve the problem. And I don't even know if you can use. Can you use state? Can you use state on a server side function? Use state server component. Can I use state with server side rendering? You can't use hooks and get server side props. Use state should be inside the component. It is a React hook. Server side functions are independent of React components. I think the issue is the name of the component should be with a capital letter. Wait, what? I think fundamentally the problem is the way you are using get server side props. You know, I've thought about trying to ever submit things. Have I ever asked a question on Stack Flow? I think you have to be like a member of Stack Overflow. You can't just submit stuff. Do I have a Stack? Let's see if I have a Stack account. I think, I mean, people do seem to reply to stuff. But even though the answer is you cannot use useState inside get server side props because this function runs the server, it's important to understand what. All right, let's just. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask a question. I don't think I'll get an answer, but I'm very pessimistic when it comes to these things. I feel like when I find problems, no one in the world knows what I'm talking about. I've found the holy grail of questions. Only me has ever had this problem. Let's see, Supabase, Auth confirmation email. Triggers duplicate processing of auth confirm auth confirm code. All right, sure, we'll do that. How do I prevent this code from running twice whenever email confirmation link sent by Supabase is clicked? Let's go ahead and I'm going to copy it because I don't have anything in here that's proprietary. This is actually straight out of there. All right. With the exception of the console.log lines, this is straight from the Supabase documentation for confirmation code. Browse, drag and drop, or paste an image. I did. And then what? I'm so stubborn. I sometimes get mad at myself. I'm too stubborn sometimes. Because I don't move on. You know? Wait, do I have to? Oh, I do. I have to do it twice. Okay. This is the error. Oh, this is the log results when email link is clicked. I gotta do this again. All right, now what? Sync and async for the function and the await for Supabase auth to force synchronous processing because second error or second call was failing while first call was in process, thus redirecting me to the error page instead of the home page. This at least allowed the success to redirect to the home page, allowing me to continue forward. Alright, we'll call this Supabase. Supabase React .js, NextJS, and Auth. Authentication. We'll do all. Anything else? Anything else? Oh, Auth email confirmation. All right, that's good enough. How to get confirmation to work? No. Supabase, Auth UI, redirecting, but email's not. Nope. I confirm that none of these do anything. Sorry. Your two parts were merged to make the body of the question. Please review and edit to make sure that the questions entirely make sense. Got it. Okay, well, post my question. Please do final review. Okay. I am not a robot. How dare you accuse me of being a robot? Okay, well, there's probably like a 1 in 9 bajillion chance that somebody's going to have an answer for me, but that's weird. How do you enter an image description on an image? I don't know. I don't know how you do that. Enter image description here. I don't know. That is the image description. It's what before it. And if I click on this, it takes me. That is weird. Okay, well, whatever. Answer your question. Answer. I don't know. I don't know. Let's move on. All right, let's go. Let's see. I'm finally going to move on. Let's go on to this next thing. Let's close this guy. That probably will never have any use to me. But in the meantime, let's go back to Mr. Dojo.
But there's no real way for the user to know that they're logged in. So what I'd like to do is get the current user that's logged in and then show that user's email in the navbar. So getting the current user is actually pretty simple to do. Supabase gives us a method to get the current session information, and then on that session is a user object with the user's email inside the object. Now I'm actually going to get the current session not in the navbar component, but in the layout file inside the dashboard area. And I'm doing it here because I'll be using the current session for something else inside this file later on. So we can get the session and then pass the user from that session into the navbar as a prop. So we're going to be communicating with Supabase inside this component. And remember, when we do that, we have to use one of those special functions. We've seen two of those so far. We've seen one inside the route handler over here, create route handler client. And we've also seen one inside a client component called create client component client. Now we're inside a server component, so it's going to be a different function again. So I'm going to say const Supabase is equal to.
So normally I would expand this. So I'm going to actually take this off screen. So I apologize. I can't have my code up while I'm doing this, unfortunately. So I got to move this guy over to my other window because I need to make this, I want to make this big. And so yeah, theoretically I could probably say share my other screen so you can see it. But ultimately, probably shouldn't be sharing his thing anyway. I mean, you know, you got to go online and buy it. This is paid. I mean, he does have a YouTube version of this, but it's only like the first 10 pieces. This is like piece 25 of the paid part. And so I probably shouldn't be sharing his stuff anyway. You know, to be good and not get myself in trouble any. So I got to do it this way. Okay, so what he's doing though is we're going over to layout here. He's got the dashboard layout in children, and he's going to add this new function. This is a Supabase thing. Const Supabase equals, and he's entering.
Create server components client, which is this thing over here, and I'm going to invoke that. Make sure it gets imported at the top. Also going to do a little comment right here to say components. So these are our custom-made components that we're using just to organize this a little bit better. And also, you've noticed probably that I've made this an async function because we're going to use await down here in a second. So we have this Supabase instance, and we can use that to get the current session. So we'll say const, and then we're going to destructure something called data, and then set that equal to await. That's why we made this async, and we're going to say supabase.all, and then use a method called getSession. So this gets us the current session, and we're extracting a data property on that. And on that, eventually, is the user. So I can pass it through as a prop over here if I wanted to. I can create a prop called user and set it equal to data.session, first of all, then.user. So now we can access that user as a prop inside the navbar component. First of all, we have to accept it as a prop by destructuring it up there, and then we're going to output the user right at the end, but only if there is a user value. So we check for a user up there.
Okay, so
We're going to output there as a prop inside session, first of all, then.user.
Auth.user. So he's actually just loading up the user here. Now, again, I'm still doing the auth portion of his training. And the problem is a lot of his stuff is not in sync with the current version of Supabase SSR. So, because it's using auth.helpers, which you can kind of see if I show you here. His code here is authhelpers.nextjs. Well, I'm not using that because that's been deprecated, and I'm using the Supabase SSR. So there's a couple things I have to assume, like create server client. I have to assume that it's the same thing as create server component client. I think it's the same. I would imagine it is, because usually, even though they change the objects, how they function slightly, the idea is that you would think the functionality is still going to exist, right? So
now we can access that user as a prop inside the navbar component. First of all, we have to accept it as a prop by destructuring it up.
So he's basically, I think, going to put up, like, you know, whether or not you're logged in, just some kind of not acknowledgement that you're logged in, probably the name of the user or something of that nature. So he is in the nav bar. Now he's going to accept my new user option because we should be logged in now, right?
There, and then we're going to output the user right at the end, but only if there is a user value. So we check for a user, then if there is one, we output a span tag, and inside that we'll say hello, and it's going to be user.email. Alright then, so this is the email that they signed up with. So that's all done. Let's see if this works. Now, if we do view this in a browser, you're going to notice an error, and it says cannot read properties of undefined reading cookies. And that's because we've not actually passed through the cookies into this function right here, sorry. So remember on the route handler, we had to pass through an object with the cookies as a property because it was on the server. It doesn't directly get access to the cookies when we're using these functions in the browser, the client component. So we have to manually pass the cookies through here for this to work. So inside the layout, let's go up here to this function, add in the object.
So there are a couple of things that this is doing different as well. So when he's going to go in here and he's going to add this, there is supposedly a middle tier piece that is running. I say supposedly because I did put in, I don't call it middle tier, I call it client token handler. And this client token handler, and then there's a server token handler down here under Supabase. And the idea is that that stuff is handling my token. So there's probably a way to reference that, right? So I would probably have to either call it in, and so I got create server client, which is probably the one I should be using. What did I, when I did create server client up here, I should probably be referencing this guy. Let's go here. Back to my layout. No, not layout. Navbar. And nope, that was layout. Never mind. Okay, so we got create server client I have here, and I did not grab this one. I'm going to grab the one that is here instead. So we're going to go create server client, and well, I want to get it from my util Supabase, but why can't I? Server create server client, export function, update session. Oh, never mind. No, that's not the function. Okay, so the function is update session. So it's actually just making a connection, getting all this stuff. I'm trying to determine if I actually need to do what he's doing here. Maybe I should just run it and see. Let's see if I get the same error he did. Because it might be functional. I feel like I need to do like this update session at some point. Once I get out of this auth piece, this whole little authentication zone, I should be able to just zip along to these last few items. But the authentication, because it has to be rewritten totally with the new stuff, or because I want to work with the newer stuff, I'm basically mapping what he's doing to the new stuff, and that's causing me delays. It's causing me this, instead of just zipping through it using his auth helpers, which, by the way, if you want to do this, the auth helpers still exist. You can still install those. You can still, in fact, Supabase says they're still supported, but there is the problem of, I don't even know if they have the documentation for it. You have to basically find other documentation for it, because if you go there and try to look, it'll say, these have been deprecated. Please use Supabase SSR. But they do mention in other places that it's still supported. So just not with easy to find documentation. So you're kind of like, okay. All right, so let's keep going. There is a NetNinja Supabase crash course, but I don't know if that's going to be very helpful if they're using the wrong version of Supabase. So I don't know if I'm all that thrilled about doing their Supabase crash course if it's outdated. All right, let's see what he says. I'm just gonna do what he's doing right now and see where it takes me. Now he's putting in something here.
Say cookies, if I can spell it, like this, and then we need to import it at the top, and that comes from next/headers. So import cookies from next/headers, like so. Alright, so this hopefully now, fingers crossed, should work. Alright then, and now this does work. We can see hello Yoshi at netninja.dev. Awesome.
Okay, let's go ahead and pause that. Let's see if it does it. Let's see if he's right. So it should work. And we will go over to here. Now, am I still logged in? I don't even know if I'm still logged in. Let's see, do we still have a cookie available? Still says I have a cookie available. How did he trigger that? I don't see anything. Oh yeah, that's right. I can't do that. So I'm not seeing it. So obviously whatever he did is not what's happening on my thing. So we're going to have to figure out what he's doing that is not what I'm doing. What did I miss? Okay, so I have the layout, user. Let's go look at the code. I like to look directly at the code sometimes. That's just easier. So let's go layout. And am I on 26? I think I'm on 26. What's this layout? Nope. What? Oh. Too many layouts. Okay, here we go. Cookies, next headers, import navbar from app components navbar. Is that what I'm doing? Navbar, user data session, user. Create server client. Cookies. Dashboard layout. He's doing this extra thing. Import navbar from components navbar. Oh, okay, so I just didn't put under app. Probably should have, but I didn't. Put my navbar. I kind of have been going off the rails with naming. It's like, I don't want it there. I don't want it there either. I don't want to be like you. I'm going to do it my own way. But I keep doing stuff, bouncing off the rules of how he's doing stuff. But ultimately, I'm still getting the import for the navbar. My navbar is sitting right. Maybe that's why I shouldn't do it this way, because it's never in the same place. It's under components navbar. There it is. So I did not put it under the app. It's sitting at the same level, I think, as app. I do have it under app. I wonder how come I can do it that way. I don't know. But here's navbar. Yeah, well, you know, so when you go off the page, you're going to do stuff differently. And it's mainly because I'm trying to get a better naming setup, or maybe it was a different state of positioning. So he's got layout under dashboard, which I do have that dashboard layout. And this is where I'm at, cookies. Except and I have the navbar. He pulls this out because he wants to show what items he created, like their components. So he would go, so he put these under here, and this is just a kind of a sorting thing that he does, which I guess is good. So you can go, well, what items are like from built-in packages, and what items are from stuff I made, like my components. Wow, this is a component. It's under navbar components, right? I'm starting to get a feel for how these work. So next headers, this way this path works is it's just probably under here. Is that what that is? See, I don't even know how some of these work. So I have next. I don't know what this is. .next, by the way. So next header just refers to a package that's being called, or React, which is being called from some package. But if you're doing a path, Like this is Supabase SSR. That would be from the root Supabase SSR. But again, I don't have a Supabase SSR. I do have a Supabase, which is right somewhere. Oh, here we go, Supabase. But that's under utils. Again, I don't know how it's determining where this Supabase SSR is actually at. It's somewhere. It's just somewhere. It's in the ether. It's in the packages. Maybe it's defined in JSON. I don't know. But then when you're referencing your own stuff, it's actually in the URL path. Okay, so here I would actually go to components as components navbar. So it just depends. You know, this stuff is coming from packages. This stuff is coming from your components. So it could make it kind of difficult to track these if you don't know the difference in what a component is and why are some of these, you know, just next headers. This one's Supabase SSR with an @ sign. This one is just React, which by the way, you don't even need a lot of these React ones because React is like native or set up locally. And look, I have children there. You don't need this, but it's not necessary. Apparently, it puts the React component in automatically, but you don't need it. Usually it just works without it. So I don't know how that works either, because it's just built in, or the way you installed, or some reference to it sets it up. All right, so we got I gotta reply to my. Hold on. I have too many things going on in my folders here. All right. So what do you think of this whole Mike Tyson fight, huh? Anybody? So we're thinking about going to see Challengers tonight. I've heard it might be pretty good. It's got pretty decent ratings. I don't think I need that one right now. All right, so I I am trying to. Huh. I'm sorry, I gotta take care of this situation here. Arg, 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 arg. Okay. Just extensioning, decompressing the back, man. Kind of got to do it. All right. So gonna go see Challengers with my my wife and daughter tonight. So we'll see if that's any good. All right, well, okay, so where was I? Sorry about that. Still trying to figure out why it blew up on me here. So I'm confirming that my app components nav bar import. Oh, we have that. I have that. I shouldn't have to do anything there. I do have a nav bar. Obviously, it's working because I have that on my page. You can see that's my nav bar, dashboard tickets. So that's not an issue. So the problem is more what is why app components nav bar create server client await Supabase auth get session. There's really not much going on. I mean, that's it. I mean, that's what else is there. Now it could be that it timed out. What is this? Econ refused. Internal connect multiple after connect multiple. TCP connect wrap. Call back trampoline. Econ refused. Create connection error after connect multiple. Well, you know, this could be a Supabase variation thing. Let's see. User sessions. What is a session? Access tokens, sign out, and scopes. Don't want to sign out. Limit session lifetime, number of allowed sessions per use. Frequently asked questions. What is refresh? Phone passwordless login, anonymous sign-ins. Configure custom manage user data. No, that's not what I want. Creating a client. Server-side rendering, migrating from Auth. All right, so what I'm trying to accomplish now, I mean, just so that you kind of have an FYI for your information, is I'm trying to see if I can get mine to work with theirs. Like, okay, let's just do this. Supabase get user email. Let's just do that first. How to query users by email. No. User management, Supabase docs. Retrieve user, no. Create a Supabase auth admin, get user by email. I don't want to get them by email. Supabase get read user email address. Why not? For how to query users. I don't want to query them by email. Retrieve user email. Retrieve a user. How to access user ID. All right, how did he do it? How did he do it so I know which function he's using? So it's just what? Supabase. Read cookies. Cookie email address. There you go. User retrieval by cookie. Learn how to use fetch data in Supabase using cookies. All right, so we got refresh token and access token. See, because I think it's doing stuff different from what he's thinking. So I'm trying to do this navbar layout. So I go here, and then I have to go cookies and do this cookies thing. That's what he says to get create server client. But remember, I have my update session here, which actually has the object in it. So I have the create server client right here. I'm doing all this. I'm adding it. I have a session where I actually have the cookie. I just need to be able to read the cookie, right? So if I'm on the layout, I don't really need to create a new server client, I would think. I have my cookie locally. So I'm trying to wonder if my refresh token, this code snippet demonstrates how to retrieve the tokens from the cookies and use them to set the session and get the user information. User is not authenticated. Oh wait, Supabase auth.set session. To manage user sessions on the server, you can access the tokens from the cookies in your server-side code. Here's an example in TypeScript, which is basically the same as JavaScript, as I'm starting to learn, except for you got strongly typed values. So we have get user here. So he has data.session.const. They have a user const user equals await supabase.auth get user. It's a little bit different. So that's get session. I'm thinking I might be able to do this differently. Middleware can be used to refresh the user session before loading server component routes. This ensures that the user's auth session remains active, as in particularly useful when using Supabase client on the server. And that's kind of what I'm using is the middleware, but I'm trying to see how his example is using the middleware. My refresh token. My access. Okay, to manage user sessions in a web application using Supabase, cookies can be utilized to store access and refresh tokens securely. After a user sign in, the Supabase on auth state change can be set to handle the creation and deletion of cookies based on the user's authentication state. When a user signs out of their account, should be cleared to prevent unauthorized access. Conversely, when a user signs in, tokens should be set with appropriate attributes such as same site and secure to enhance security. On the server side, those cookies can be accessed to authenticate API requests or perform server-side rendering. The tokens stored in the cookies can be used. It is essential to ensure that the content is unique and does not repeat information from other sections. Incorporating keywords like Supabase, get user by cookie, can help improve searchability while adhering to the official documentation of accuracy. So, oh, that's what SSR is, server-side rendering. I didn't know that's what that stood for. Interesting. So that's probably why a lot of that stuff didn't work when he was trying to have me do it on the client, because it's meant to be server-side. To manage user sessions on the server, you can access the token from the cookies in your server-side code. Here's an example. I'm trying to figure out how it's using my token, my server-side token, my middleware. So do I just say set session? Maybe I should just say set session, update session. Do I just call that? Let's just say Supabase. Let's see, Supabase, how to use middleware. middle. Understanding the Supabase SSR package easily. I don't want to watch another video. How long are these? That's a 15-minute video. Creating a Supabase client for SSR. Struggling with middleware, NextJS Supabase. So good, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Middleware example, can be used to refresh expired sessions before loading server component routes. I'm using Supabase for user authentication. To achieve this, I was trying to use middleware where with the help of get user to check whether a user signed in or not, and based on the response, either continue with the route or redirect. What can be possible reason for this behavior? For me, when I have constant data await Supabase auth get session inside of middleware, it's always null. What should I do? Can you provide a bit more context? Are you using pages or app directory? I'm using app directory. I've even tried following these code exactly and wasn't able to get it to work. It's direct any protected routes access. From the code, I'm able to figure out that for the middleware, you're using Supabase SSR, but in the callback route, you're still using helpers. That's probably good. Probably not going to work. If you want to use Supabase SSR, then you will need to set up entire login flow with server-side auth. Please go through the docs. Yep, you cured my stage 4 NextJS cancer. Thank you. For reference, I follow the SSR flow completely. The main thing was that I switched out my old Supabase and client configuration. They got to do a better job labeling the new versus old docs. First and foremost, I'd recommend using helpers package, which is specifically provided by Supabase for NextJS. Use the middle. Oh no, this guy's already going to helpers package. Nope, not going backwards, man. that's fine. All right, well, I guess my problem is I don't know when am I supposed to call update session. That's the problem. When, because it doesn't, there's no example that says when do you use update session, and his doesn't use it because he's not doing middleware. His being the guy doing the auth coding. Fastest way to get started NextJS and Supabase in 2024. He's only got a 5-minute thing going. Let's look at his quick. Oh, he's using email. Oh,
I'm going to show you how you can create a new Next.js. Use npx to run the create-browser. So we can see this is the fastest way to build apps with Supabase and Next.js. And we've also got this next step section. So you can see we haven't hooked this up to our Supabase project yet. So head over to database.new and create a new one if you haven't done that yet. And paste it into our .env.local file. Now if we go back to our Next.js, in all the different environments that exist in the Next.js app router, and then that server-side auth flow that we just stepped through to sign in our user. So let's start with our component for our auth button, where we're creating a Supabase client. So this create client function is just a helper function in utils/supabase/server. And if we go to this one, we can see it just simplifies creating a server client with all the environment variables and configuration for cookies that we need to run on the server. So anytime you're using Supabase in a server component, server action, or route handler, this is the one you want to use. There are also helpers for client, which is used for client components where there's a browser involved, and also middleware, which is a little bit more complex and is used in the middleware.ts file, which we'll look at shortly. So each of these helpers tells Supabase how to get, set, and remove a cookie in each of these environments. If you're not sure why cookies are important in Next.js, I recommend you click that card above and learn all about sessions, cookies, and row-level security.
How do they do this?
But for now, let's step through that auth flow. So on our login page, we have this form, and that's where the user enters their email and password, and then when they click the /supabase/server, it then calls the supabase.auth.signup function and passes across the user's email and password, as well as this options object with email redirect to set to the origin of our current URL, so either localhost or our production URL, and then /auth/callback. So anytime we're sending the user somewhere.
Wait a minute, is he using helper?
For action, and so it creates equitable security policies. But for now, let's step through that auth flow. So on our login page,
Oh wait, go back.
learn all about sessions, cookies, and row-level security policies. But for now, let's step through that auth flow. So on our
Well, he's not using anything on that one. I was trying to see if he's using the helpers, because I could not get this redirect to work. I tried forever.
User enters their email and password, and then when they click this sign up button, it submits the form to this sign up action, which is a server action, and so it creates a Supabase client using that same create client function from utils/supabase/server. It then calls the supabase.auth.
See, this sign up that uses this redirect, I could not get that to work. I had to actually go into Supabase and tell it, you know, use my custom callback, and I didn't need to because I just told it where to go, and it just called confirm auth. It just called exactly what I told it to call. I don't know how to make the redirect work. It wasn't happening with the sign up. I don't know if I was doing something wrong. Probably was, maybe. I mean, I tried this. I had exactly like you see here. It would not call my page. Would not do it. Nope. It had no interest in calling what I wanted it to.
.sign up function and passes across the user's email.
I will say this though, when I updated the auth or a Supabase path to say use my URL or my custom URL, my redirect started showing up in the link,
And password.
but it didn't have any effect because it was just going back to the same link. I mean, it would still go to the confirm no matter what I did, even if I changed this path. It was like, yeah, it's in the link, but nothing was reading it. So I don't know if I was reading it wrong or whatever. It would still come to this confirm auth. Basically, this redirect path would be more like, instead of executing this, the route.js auth, it would pass in, and then you could read it. Like if I'm here, I can read it like token hash type next. I would be able to read my callback path and maybe redirect to it on it, but it wasn't redirecting to this file. It was just something I could read and then go to after we succeeded.
As well as this options object with email redirect to set to the origin of our current URL, so either localhost or our production URL, and then /auth/callback. So anytime we're sending the user somewhere else to complete the authentication process, so that's with the email we received earlier in that sign up flow, or magic links where the user gets an email with a link to sign in, or with the OAuth flow that's authenticating with GitHub or Google, we need a place for those services to redirect the user after the authentication bit is done. And that's this /auth/callback route, which implements the proof key for code exchange pattern, or PXE. But don't worry, even if there are pixies involved, this route is certainly not magic. It's just a route handler in our application, which takes an auth code from the search params in the URL and uses Supabase to exchange that code for the user's session.
See, I feel like this is all the stuff that I was getting when I was using helpers. See, it says February 23, 2024. I don't know when they changed to this new SSR thing, but I feel like I can't. I'm trying to see if his code. I'm gonna go look at his code. I'm gonna see if he's using helpers, because it's showing. It's giving me that impression it's using helpers. So yeah, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna see, what are you doing, man? What are you trying to pull on me? Functions. These are the functions. What the heck? Fail developers. Where is he? Man, his code is. I mean, he's using TypeScript, I think, but still, that doesn't negate anything being valid. I just want to figure out where he's. All right, can I? GitHub, get started. I mean, this might not be the same code.
And then we redirect the user to whichever page we want them to land on.
See, this looks exactly like the helpers process.
Another thing to call out is that server components only get read access to cookies. So if a session needs to be refreshed, it needs to be done in a server action, route handler, or in middleware. And so that's why in out.
All right, so he's got utils, Supabase, but see, this is not the same as the code here. So I don't know what he's looking at. Maybe he's got. He's got a lot of branches. he's got a lot of branches. Dashboard section, homepage, GitHub, action, Supabase JS editor. Can I do an auth thing? Error codes. It doesn't say which one he's doing. I don't know. Maybe it's named after his thing. NextJS, Supabase. Yeah, see, I'm not going to be able to figure out his, he doesn't have it lined up like that. So whatever he's doing, I got apps here. So which one is it? Is it his storybook? I don't know, docs? Generator docs data. Yeah, I don't know which one he's doing. App. Database new. Supabase. Migrations. Types. Yeah. His source is not easy to figure out. Whatever he's doing, I have no idea. Here's auth callback. Let's see what that looks like. So he's got create exchange code for session. I don't see where it says how. Why does that do that? How do I undo that? It's like it just. Why does it do that? It's so annoying. How do I un? How come it won't stay on the left? Dang it. I don't like this view. Why does it do that? Alright, well, we're back to this. So I got route.j. See, when I click, it goes here. I don't know. And then I can't go click on something else because it's not there no more. Why does it do that? I don't like that. Stop it. There's no way to pin this into the page. It's so weird. And now I can't see my stuff at the same time because it's dumb. Alright, well, hopefully that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. I just have too tight of a window. Alright, so we'll go back here. Auth. Get request. Route is required for the server-side flow. So he's got live Supabase server. Does he have a live? Oh, he does. Supabase server. So he's using TypeScript. That's what these weird headers are. You probably know that because it says TS on the end. I'm not seeing where, if he is using the helpers, I don't see it because he does have SSR right here. So that's interesting. Yeah, he's using SSR. He's using the new stuff. Still doesn't explain why I'm getting double runs, but I need to figure out. It doesn't show how he's referencing. Does he have his middleware? Migrations. Types. I don't know where the middleware stuff would be. All right, let's go back to this thing. He's got middleware TS here, but he's also doing a totally different project here. He's got a to-do thing going on here. Is that an app? Is that an app? Nope, you don't have a to-do here. I don't know what that is, but it's not under his Git thing here. So
our middleware.ts file, we have this call to supabase.auth.getUser, and so what this does behind the scenes is refresh the user's session, and then it also returns the user, but we're not doing anything with that return value because we're just using this to ensure that session is updated and fresh by the time our server component route is loaded. If you want to go deeper with server components, I recommend you check out this video right here, where we look at creating protected routes that can only be visited by authenticated users. But until next time, keep building cool stuff.
the right way to do auth with NextJS app router.
I'm going to show you the fast.
This is how AI optimizes my schedule.
Wait, what?
This meeting got canceled.
What?
Hooray! We
What
didn't
happened?
really want to go anyways, but now I have a free afternoon.
I'm going to show you the fastest possible way to build a I'm going to show you how to add cookie-based authentication to an existing app. We're going to use this email client example that I've been working on for a couple of videos. There's a link to the full playlist in the description. But for this video, we're going to focus on all things authentication, why you need cookies. To sign in with GitHub, we can await a call to supabase.auth.sign-in with OAuth, and this origin. And this is complaining that null is not assignable to type string or undefined, so we can just make this a string by using backticks, and then $, open curly, and then close curly after it, and backticks. Don't worry, we need to do this for the next step anyway. So when we click that GitHub logo, we call this sign in with OAuth function, which gives us back a URL .tsx.
He's using OAuth.
Will be mounted
Totally
for
different,
that route.
but-
So we want this one to require authentication, and we also want this next/navigation, and the path we want to navigate unauthenticated users to is /login. Otherwise, if we do have a user, then we just continue on to render the children. So let's step through this process in our application. So we click the sign in with GitHub button, and it doesn't work. Hang on, what's going on here? Are we not redirecting correctly to the landing page? Well, let's add the best damn debugging tool there is out there, the console.log here statement. And let's go back to our application and sign in with GitHub. Again, we can see something's going on. Our little bar is pulsing when we click this. So let's open up the console of our development server. We can see here, here, here. So we definitely got here. So let's move this under our get user statement and check what is our user set to. And again, let's click the button and open up our console, and we see user is null. Okay, you got me. I knew this was going to happen, but I wanted you to experience it with me. The problem is that by default, Supabase JS stores the user's session in local storage. So we can see it is getting set correctly, but local storage doesn't exist on the server. And guess where server components and server actions run? On the server. Therefore, we need to use cookies to store the user's session rather than local storage. Thankfully, we've developed a super handy package called SSR for this exact problem. Let's use pnpm to install, or the @supabase/SSR package. We also need @supabase, and this one comes in from the SSR package. We can then copy and paste this one, and then this is lit up red because we need to pass these two environment variables, but then we also need an additional configuration object called options. So we can pass that one. So I'm just going to paste this one in, and this is just declaring how to get, set, and remove a cookie in Next.js. So we need an instance of our cookie store, so we can declare that above, which means we need to refactor this slightly to actually have a body of our function, and then we want to return this big create server client blob. So if we paste that one here, then above that return statement, we can declare a...
Is that what's happening? So if I go here and go look at my middle tier, do I actually return anything? Const Supabase. It does return something. So I wonder if I should just say update session, and it if I do an update session, and then what? Create, if I already have a client, if I already have cookies, and we're doing a return for the get, I don't know, man. I'm having trouble understanding how to get user information from the middle tier, because nothing uses the middle tier. All the examples are like, huh? I'm not doing that. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go see. This guy's kind of talking about this. It's a little different because he's using it with GitHub. But
a new variable for cookie store, which is the result of calling the cookies function that comes in from next/headers. And so this cookie store can now be used to interact with the cookie headers on our request. So we can call cookie store.get, pass it a name, and then if we get a cookie back, then we want to return its value. And then we also declare how to set and also remove a cookie.
so he's kind of doing that. I mean, that's what I am doing, get. But I have cookies here. It's not cookie store. And this one's create server client. I don't think
We
it's...
also need to import this cookie options type, which it's not nicely inferring, but this comes in as a type from the SSR package. So we can say we want the create server client function and also the type for cookie options. And so this adds quite a bit to the configuration when we're creating our Supabase client, but anywhere we're calling this create client function can remain exactly as it is, as well as how we're using that client to do things like...
Okay, so it has to do with, maybe I should just be doing an update session. I feel like maybe that's what I need to do. So if I were to go, so if this is the update session and I want to reference it in my nav bar, I guess that's where I'm at. Let's see, let's go to my layout. So he has create server client here, but maybe I just go Supabase update session from my utils, and then I would have my Supabase I might not even need this because I'm not using theirs, I'm using my middle tier. So we'll do this. And then I go, actually, let's just call this, let's not even do this. I'm not doing that. I refuse. We're going to go here and we're going to go session data. And then we're going to go Control C and we're going to go here. Nope. Did I say, wait, what? Here. Session data. And then we're going to see dot cookies. Oh, weird. Why does it say await? Is it assuming I'm doing a await? So constant user navbar. No, I shouldn't have to do that. So maybe I need to do I am totally guessing. That's all I gotta say. I'm totally guessing. Update session middleware. Update session. GitHub. Update session on server side. Next.js. In the middleware, you can intercept those request tokens, validate those tokens. I think there's a way to update the session server side. Yeah, I have similar issue. You can probably do something like this, middleware. Thank you. Import and code. So one issue, your solution is that getting old token and get server session. Because I'm feeling like if I can get constant session data, but I shouldn't have to do an await there, right? I mean, I already have the object. Maybe I do want the cookies. Maybe that's what I'm trying to pass back. Maybe I do it that way, and then I don't need this. Do I? Did I create a session data? Let's try something like that. For some reason I don't think it likes my dot cookies. No, see, it's putting it in a wait. Why is it doing that? Stop doing that. You don't like me. You're torturing me. Why is it putting it in a wait? Do I have to? Because it's, maybe I need to do an await here. And then I can do it. What if I just say data? Maybe there's something about that dumb thing it doesn't like. And then I'll go here. Data dot cookies. Okay, so it's not complaining dot user. Does that work? I'm leaning towards nope. But hey, I did something, man. I did something. Let's see what this does. Oh, look, it blew up. Or is that new blow up or is that old blow up? Request.cookies.get is not a function. Maybe request.cookies.get is not a function. It is too, because I'm looking at it. This is code straight from the. Oh, you know what? This might be a TypeScript problem. As in, I'm not doing TypeScript. I'm doing Java or JSX, JavaScript. Can I do that? Nope. Who said it was a function? This is an exact copy and paste from the Supabase documentation. Again.
Incoming call from 612-777.
Oh, I gotta take this call. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So that's interesting. I got an interview. So had to get it going. I got an interview Thursday. It's a second. Well, it's the second step. So I got past the first step, which was just the HR. Let's see if this guy has any clue, kind of thing. And apparently they determined I at least have a clue. So now I got to talk to the hiring manager, which is the guy who actually I'd be working for probably. And then usually you go from the hiring manager to the coworkers. And that's when you have to meet with people who know what you're coding. And they're going to go, hey, do you know how to code? Then I'm going to go there. That's when my brain freezes. I start going. So it's I'll probably do okay with the manager, unless the manager's a coder, in which case I could be put on the spot right then and there. So I don't know. So yeah, it's going to be we'll see. I can't get my hopes up. I don't like technical interviews. It's not that I can't do technical stuff. I've been a programmer for 20 some years now. I know C#, I know SQL, but the problem is everything now wants you to learn these other things, and it's like they always code you on these, question you on these other things. They say, how do you do these other things? And I'm like, well, I just don't know them that well. I can't. And one of my experience has always been with interviews is that people have a tendency to, they say stuff like, oh, don't worry about the syntax. Just tell us how you would go about figuring this out. Just start typing. And I'm like, you care about syntax because, first of all, how do you know a person knows anything if they're not syntactically correct, right? I mean, just type stuff in. It's like, okay, I'll just write in English. Well, if I was going to do this, I would do that, and then I would do this. And they're like, what are you doing? That's not what we want. It's like, look, man, I learned syntax. I learned functions. I figured it out. But I don't know. I mean, with SQL, I could probably do syntax. With C#, I could probably do syntax. I gotta say, I've been out of it for about a year because I've been doing this other job where they didn't do anything I knew how to do. The whole job was I didn't have a clue. It was Azure stuff that I was trying to figure out. I mean, I actually learned a lot about supporting Azure apps and how to get in there and where the API keys are stored and how to do a lot of things in Azure that just kind of the niggly bits. But I couldn't set up an Azure app there because a lot of it didn't make sense to me. I didn't understand the flow of things. You got your resource objects and all this stuff. And then Angular, we had C#, we had Ectron, we had Dynatrace, which was just a support tool. We had this other tool they were adding. It was with Dynatrace because they were getting rid of Dynatrace. I don't know. And then they had Okta, and they had Site Manager. They had all these different tools for doing things. Okta and Site Manager are Auth tools, like I'm doing right now, but they're different ones. Okta is using Auth, which is kind of what we're doing here, but it's a third-party tool that lets you do that stuff. I don't know that it made it easier. I don't think it did. It's just a way to pay somebody to give you another way to do it. You were using their site for the validations and such. But there were so many different tools there, and I just never mastered any of them. I was like trying to become a jack of all trades in a bunch of trades I'd never seen before. It's like somebody saying, we need you to come in and learn 5 languages, and every day you're going to work on a different language. And you're gonna switch languages every few days, and you're not going to come back to the first language until after you've been away from it for at least a month. So you're basically going maybe a week at a time or so to learn this language. You get to focus on it for you have 2 weeks to get, and you'll get 20 hours of focus on this item, because we've got all kinds of other stuff, meetings and other crap. So you got 20 hours, 2 weeks, and then you switch to another language. 20 hours, 2 weeks, switch to another language. 20 hours, 2 weeks, switch to another language. So you don't get a focus on those previous languages because you're not coming back to it. So basically, in a month and a half, you get to come back and start studying that language again. And then they're going to say something like, in 3 months, we need you to be an expert at all of them. That's basically what it was. They said, you need to be an expert in all these things. And that's only 5. By the way, they had like 20 different things going on at once. It's like having all these different sites. Some of them had crossover language, but since they were all talking to different tools, you had to not only learn how this thing worked, but you had to know how they are all tied together using different servers. We had local servers and remote servers, and we had APIs, window API, or web APIs, and some other stuff called it. We had like 20 different web API microservices, they called them. And so they would all be calling. We had multiple tiers, and then in every tier we had multiple environments, because we had to do all the environments like 4 different times. You know, dev, test, acceptance, production, and I don't know, whatever else. And then we had certificates that were running in all different places. And then you had to work with different teams for a bunch of stuff, because everybody had their separation of duties, which, by the way, was a mess at Primera. Because it was, this is your job. No, this is your job. No, this is your job. We had that all the time. So a lot of times you're working on something, and then the next week they say, nope, that's supposed to be the other team. Don't be working on that. So you're like, okay, they pull you off, and you're off to doing something else. So it's like, oh God, I was so lost. It was such a terrible thing. So I can't even say that I know all those things. I can say I've seen them all and I've played with them, but somebody gives you 400-page document, or a 400-page 400 file application, gives you 2 weeks to look at it, and they don't tell you how it's put together, who assembled it. In fact, you can't even find those people. You're looking around, you're saying, hey, do you know this? And I'm saying, not really, go talk to so-and-so. And you go talk to so-and-so. And so-and-so finally goes, well, if you look at this piece and that piece, you'll only be 20 pieces away, but I don't know the other 20 pieces. It was a mess. It was a mess, man. I think if you went in there and you knew one of those languages or a couple of those languages, application types, Actron or Angular, or the web services, the way they were set up, if you'd see how they were configured, boy, web services are a mess. Oh my gosh, using it the way they were doing it. There are other ways to do it. Web APIs, I'm sorry. Did I say web? I mean, they're services, but they're APIs. I don't know. But anyway, we were using some old version, and it was complicated. There was one person there on our team who knew how to do it. And he was stepping me through all of the, you have the web configs, the way they have to, you have all these different specific lines, and then there's the client side, and then there's the server side, and they have to talk, and then they have these log. Oh God, just don't get. I mean, basically, I just didn't get anywhere, and I didn't do very well in that situation. So now I'm paranoid, because I usually do really well. I usually figure things out. The first, like here right now, I'm plugging away at this. And I've only been working on this for like a week, NextJS and React for a week before that or whatever. And, I hit something like this. Auth is a little complicated. But once I iron this out, I've already got it. I'm moving forward. I am getting the next step forward. And as I do, I get more and more knowledge on how these things function. And eventually I'm just going to be like, okay, I know how to do this. And just, a few weeks in, because I get a focus on working on this tool. And that's how it's always been. I've developed entire applications from stuff. When I started, I had no clue what I was doing. And figure it out, figure out the next step, the next step, the next step. And before you know it, you're kind of flowing along on things because you know certain parts. And then you hit a new thing and you figure it out. You might have little delays here and there, but you're able to keep going. And eventually you're just, you're zipping through. And now, I know that stuff good. But and you develop an application, one of the things you're going to have to accept is that you're never going to know everything, okay? And when you go get an interview, they're going to ask you the things you don't know. That's how it works. That's how it is for me anyway. You know, it's like apparently all the stuff I've done and all the years I've done all of the different types of programming, the different types of constructs and stuff in my programming. I've gone into interviews and they ask me like 5 questions and I haven't heard of any of those. It's like I couldn't even tell you. It's like, well, it's like I can kind of, I won't say I didn't have a clue. I mean, I know what an array is, but then they'd ask you, you know, there's apparently like 5 different forms of arrays that you can do. And some people really get caught up on what these book answers are. And I've never learned from a book. I learned from trying, try and try again. And then, you know, I do Google searches, find what I need and make it work. And if this looks like the better answer, I might refactor something later. But ultimately, you know, it's like, I don't know all these little tasks. If I didn't have a need to write these oddball arrays and class arrays and constructs that some of these interviews have, why would I know it? Never had to do it. Never had a need. It wasn't part of my project. And, you know, 10 years down the road, but it's like, that's what they use because they are, what do you call it? Easily encapsulated pieces of code that show an idea of what a person can do, right? I mean, because it's like you can do a whole code, you manipulate numbers, you manipulate text, you manipulate whatever in those arrays, you go through them, you tweak them. You can do a lot of stuff with it in a nice little package. But it's not something that's in every application. It just doesn't exist that way. I mean, arrays pop up, but they're not that common. I mean, it's not a standard requirement of what you're doing, you know. I have processes that are multi-flowing, or maybe I'm not looking at those objects that way. Like, I mean, working in SQL. I'm digressing. I've jumped off the page. Oh, so one of the things that I usually do right about now, or usually do as of the last hour, I was supposed to do my Twitch stream for Marvel Snap because I get caught up in my coding. This is me trying to figure out problems, and I have not figured out yet, or I have not seen the solution that's telling me how to reference this update session because whatever I'm doing is not doing that. So I have this hello user.email, but it's not actually calling it. So navbar user. So when I go to layout, oh, because I'm doing navbar here. So I'm supposed to be passing in the user to this, but you can see my code is blown up. Does not like my call here, man. It's probably because I'm looking at it. You know what? Oh, this is JSX is always going to be client, or how do I mean, you're in NextJS, so I wonder if my issue is that I'm trying to connect to the server side. My server side part. See, this one has an update session also. It doesn't like this. I don't know why. Request.cookiesGet is not a function. Who said it was supposed to be? Cookies. Yeah, it could be create server client. Oh, you know what? I might be calling the wrong server client. I think I'm supposed to be using create client from here. Let's try something else. Let's take this out. Then we're going to go create client from there. Let's see if that one is better. Because I think since I'm working with the server, I should be working with the server client, right? Now that doesn't guarantee that this is going to work. It just guarantees that I'm using the right server client. That's all that promises me, that I'm using the right server client. It does not promise me anything else. I still don't have what appears to be the right thing here. Can you clear the terminal? How do you clear the terminal? I would expect that if things were working, I'd be getting like, hello, somebody, something or other up here. So it's not working. How do I clear the terminal? Clear? Can I type clear? Ah, it worked. The simple things in life. So we're now here. I probably have expired my cookie token at this point. So there's a good chance that things aren't working simply on the fact that I have expired my token. And I'm going to go back here. Go. Oh, did it again. No. Never mind. I'll tell you what, though. Being good at a Twitch schedule is hard. Just saying, man. I've basically combined my morning and afternoon programming sessions, which I was going to try to do. But as you can well see, I am struggling to just do. Oh, that's not going to work because this picked it up. I picked it up fast, man. Oh, there it is. Wait, but I didn't do. Oh, never mind. All right, confirm. Do I see a hello anybody or other thing? Nope. It didn't work. But you know what it didn't do is blow up. So we still got this doubled crap. But I did not get an error. I'm not compile erroring anymore. So that's fixed. So that's good, right? You know, I wonder if I can put this back. It's probably not the problem. I think that, oops. oops. Don't want to be putting in crap. No, I don't think that's a problem. I think all the question mark does is allow this to be a null. If it's a null, we won't explode. But it also doesn't allow me to, I got to figure out another way to prove that I'm getting anywhere with this, right? Because obviously my nav bar or my layout page, which is showing my nav bar, which is showing this, which is not getting the cookie. So whatever my update session is pulling back, it's not pulling back it's not getting my update session back. Do I need it? Do I need to do? What is that returning? So if I go, if I, do I need to import this? Do I not have this? Oh, I know, I have it right here. Update session. So we're bringing us back here, but it returns. See, I don't update. We pass in a request. The request is headers request.headers, and then but return response, and that is all this stuff. Right, so we're returning this response. Next response next, cookies.set, name value options, remove. So if it's returning a response, do I need to be using get next response? See, and this is await Supabase auth.get user. So it's getting the user, we're setting up everything, we've got all the crap. And wait a minute, didn't his code attempt to get user and it was await? So that was just because that's what calls and says, hey, get the information back. But after so this is doing that part. So if I go layout and navbar, so it's just supposed to be passing me in a user. So a navbar is no use to me. It's all going to be layout. It's all in the layout, man. And the layout calls the navbar, passes the user in, so I have to somehow get my user back. So how is this supposed to read? How do I use this middle tier part? How do I use the middle tier part? That is what's twisting my brain, man. And the thing is, too, I should just know how to do this, right? That's a key element of understanding. I should be able to just say, oh, well, to reference this because I've done all these other things and I know how to do it. I should just be able to reference it. I should just know how to call this. I mean, that's one of the key bits I'm trying to gather. Once I'm able to just say, okay, we created this object, I need to reference that object, I need to pull it in. And obviously, I'm trying to pull in the information from this using that session update, which is this update session. And I need to be able to pull what it is. So the question is, can I just say next response because it's returning a response? Let me see something here. See, return next response. And if it's returning a response, because see, that's what this is. It just returns a response. So that's what this function is going to send back. So that response equal next response dot next. And then it's going to have this request object, which we're passing in. From that request object, we're going to have headers and request.headers. All right, let's go back here. Do you think anybody actually answered me? Nope. That would be too convenient if somebody actually saw it and goes, "Oh yeah, buddy, here's your answer." It's like, "Oh, thanks, man. You the man." But nope. Nope, nope, nope. Enough of that nonsense. Let's keep moving. So we have the server, we have the middleware. Refreshing auth token by calling get user, passing the refresh auth token to server components so they don't attempt to refresh the same token themselves. This is accomplished with request.cookies.set. Passing the refresh auth token to the browser so it replaces the old token. This is accomplished with response.cookies.set. Copy the middleware code for your app. Got it. Create login page. Got it. I got the login, I have the actions, and then error. Something went wrong. Don't care about that. Change the auth confirmation path, which I've already done. Create a route handler for auth confirmation. All right, already did that. Access user info from server component. Oh, maybe this is what I want. Oh, maybe this is what I want. Okay, what is this? App private import redirect from next application. Create client. Export default async private page. You know, it's just the name of the page. I don't care about that. Constant Supabase create client. Okay, maybe, baby. Let's see what happens. See, look, he got returned. All right, let's try this. All right, so maybe that's my problem. Maybe I just didn't read far enough down. Access user from server component. Server component can't read cookies, so you can use auth status. Since you're calling Supabase from server component, use the client created. Supabase server create private page that users can only access if they're logged in. Yeah, that's fine. But that's not necessarily true. It doesn't have to be a secured page. It just sometimes you want information off of it. So we're going to go here. And I need to pass in. So basically we got dashboard layout. I'm not going to call that. We're going to call const Supabase create client. But we're using the server token. All right, so so let's do this. Just stick it in here. Const Supabase equals create client, and we're going to take the server one. Okay, I'm going to close this. And then we're going to go const. Let's just do it exactly the same. Maybe that's all I need, man. Maybe I'm just barking up the wrong trees. So we got error data equals await Supabase .auth .get user. You know, the thing is about this is I feel like, why do I even have that middle tier piece if I'm not going to call it? It's like that's the problem. That's where I'm struggling with this. I'm like, why do we have a middle tier piece if we're not actually going to use it? If error, and am I using it? Is it doing something here that I'm? Oh, this is TSX, so I got to be careful. Or not data dot user. Like what's that? Data is null. It doesn't exist. And then we say, well, sure, we can do that. No, I don't want to redirect them to the. I don't want to redirect them to login here. I don't care. But what I will do is redirect login. But I will do this return nav bar data dot user dot email. And I gotta take out this one. Let's take that on. I don't need to do the login test right now because this is not a secure page. Cannot read properties of null. Oh, do I need to do data.user.email? Cannot read properties of null, reading email. Oh, my dog's going nuts. She wants to leave the room. She's like, I've had enough of this place, man. I want out. Let me out. Is that like not a thing? What does that mean? Are we still getting an error here? It's not going to compile. Okay. Import. Do I have the redirect in here? I have the create client. I don't have import redirect. Why am I even using a redirect in here? Oh, it's because it's doing the redirect to login, but I don't need to do that because I'm not redirecting to anything. Hold on, let me I gotta let my dog go. Come on, you goofball. Oh, I did kind of eat today. Trying to remember if I ate today. I guess I did eat a little. I ate the remainder of my tuna casserole. Yeah, work. All right. I love these shirts, man. Got these at Costco. I have two of them. I have one behind me, actually. But they're like blankets. I mean, they're made of like a terry cloth thing. And I don't usually wear them out because they're very casual. But plus, they're very blankety. So if it's raining, you're going to get soaking wet. It's going to soak it all up. So you wouldn't want to go outside necessarily wearing these, but man, these are nice. It's just like throwing a blanket on when you're freezing. Instant warmth. Just have that nice, cozy, soft material. Has nothing to do with work. Okay. So doesn't like my data user email thing. Which is interesting because it should have it, right? Because I did use it. I did pass it in. And I am getting my Supabase server file. That's what I've got here. And I've got my async. I got the create client. I did the constant get user, which I'm doing. Data await supabase.auth get user. Is it supposed to be an async function? It is. Return. It just doesn't like it. Why? Does it not have an email option on it? I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't. It's supposed to be the same. It is an email. It doesn't like it, but it doesn't make sense why it wouldn't. Cannot read properties of null. Reading email. Well, what I could do is put in this this piece, because if I've lost my token because of restarting or whatever, it could cause me a problem, right? This will at least tell me, and it's not login. I have, it's called authorize. I called it that because thing is, it shouldn't fail on the compile, right? I mean, at redirect. Oh, I don't have the redirect in here. Oops. Okay, so this will at least, look, see, that's the problem. It took me back here because I lost my, I had lost my token. That's why, that's one problem. All right, let's go back here and see if I can try this again. And I keep using my, this process because I don't yet have a login process set up, which I probably would if I just would give up on this stuff. Just go on to the next step, because one of the upcoming steps is let's do a login process, which will have me doing all this crap again. Oh, I did it again. Stop doing that. I'm so used to just hitting enter. But I can't, because enter hits login and not sign up. And I have to do sign up because I don't have a working login yet. Webmaster. So we're gonna go here. Everybody's gonna fire. Oh, see, we're not getting the data back. Whatever this is doing, it's not working. Whatever I think it's doing, it's not doing, because my user's not getting populated. So something's auto wonk here. Export, default, async function, private page doesn't matter, constant, Supabase equals create client, which is using it from the server, which I am doing. Utils are all Supabase server. And then we got data error, blah, 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 blah. We are not actually being authorized, even though this says I logged in. So I have an object. I'm just not getting the object back. So whatever this thing thinks it's doing, I think that's because this is this is off server. It's not using the middle tier. It's not refreshing the client. So since you're calling Supabase from a server component, use the client created in Supabase server. Create a private page that users can only access if they're logged in. The page displays their email. No, it does not, because I'm trying that. It doesn't work. Always use supabase.auth.getUser to protect users. Never trust supabase.auth.getSession inside server components. It isn't guaranteed to revalidate the auth token. It's safe to trust getUser because it sends a request to Supabase auth server every time to validate. But see, that's the whole point. I'm supposed to be using this middle tier piece, which is supposed to do that for me. I mean, that's the whole premise of this middle tier piece. The middle tier is responsible for refreshing the auth token by calling Supabase auth getUser. So yeah, it's doing that. So I shouldn't have to call getUser all the time. That's the whole point. Passing the refreshed file at the root of your project. And then you have to call this update session. But update session doesn't exist in anybody's. When do you call this update session? Where is that being called in something? I missed. Did I put it in some other code somewhere? Client token has it, server token has it. I put it in here, but that's apparently not the right place for it because it doesn't do anything. I mean, I haven't got it working. So the client will call it. So the client token handler calls the server token handler. So they're both server side, but one is providing, they're both client side or server side, I guess, but they're going to both use the server here. Even there's the middleware for Supabase, and then there's the middleware for that, which is just a way to have certain pages set up so they don't get import update session. So that's the only thing that's calling update session. But the value returns as a request. No, that's the value you're passing to it. You're passing the request in. Update session, this is the request. Use it. And we're going to return that request to the client. So whatever client file is calling this. So I wonder if this is the whole thing. I wonder if man, I'm struggling with this, man. It's just about understanding how they have this thing. Copy the middleware code for your app. Yeah, I have this, but it's like, when does it get used? I have the middleware piece here that says middleware. Do I have middleware being called anywhere? I don't think so. I tell you, that's client token handler. Can be ignored. This set method was called from a server component. This can be ignored if you have middleware refreshing user session. The set method was called from a server component. This can be ignored if you have middleware refreshing user sessions. I don't know, Ed. And then this is the reference to stuff. But this doesn't work. I'm not getting any data. It's not showing up as logged in. That's what's throwing me off. I'm using the exact logic, this page here, which is basically my layout page. I got redirect for this, but this is failing every time. My data is not coming back. See, I think what's happening is this is not using the middleware. It's just not calling it. So if I use this update session, I don't know why there's two parts either, because they're both server-side components. I don't. All right. Well, I don't know. How to use Supabase middleware. Struggling with middleware in NextJS. I think I already looked at this. Can to achieve this, I'm trying to use middleware where the help of get user check whether a user is signed in or not, and based on the response, either continue with the route or redirect. But even when the get user returns null, there is not redirection to auth. What can be possible reason for this behavior? I am having no trouble getting redirected to auth because it's my data is null. I'm like, why is it null? Because I've got data. It's not supposed to be doing that. So my problem is that I am going to auth. It's not reading it right. We do use this techniques, and if you decode SWAT token in the Node app, is anybody actually putting code in here? You can retrieve the token from session in the front and end past the header API. Can I directly verify using secret key from Supabase in my Express app? Oh, hey, dude, I've gotten past all the stuff from yesterday. Now I'm moving on to a new problem. I'm completely on a new problem. It's still Auth. Auth is still a kind of a confusing state of things. You know, I got it working so that now when I do the email thing, it logs in. I have one problem in that it keeps doubling it. This little piece here, it keeps checking for errors. It does the redirect. So you come back in with the email. It says, hey, you're logged in. Yay. And it puts me back on my homepage. But it does it twice. It's some reason calling twice. I haven't been able to figure out why. It's not even, it doesn't make any sense. You click the email link, bam, 2 calls. Just like that. It just, all it does is go to one page. It goes to this page. And for some reason, it calls it twice. The link is somehow... something is forcing this to run 2 times. And I did a bunch of research on it, spent stupid amounts of time trying to figure it out. And I said, you know what? It's working for now. I'm leaving it alone. So I moved on. I'm on to the next thing. Because this is working. It's putting me in. It shows me as logged in. So theoretically, I say theoretically, because now I'm on to the next step, which is really minor. It's just one of the class things. It's just getting the username to be printed to the page. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right? Wrong. It's because I can't get the freaking page. It's just this. It's supposed to go, just show me the email, but somehow the data that is supposed to be the user is coming back null. Why, you say? Good question, I say. So, I don't know, man. Yeah, you know, it's fun. I mean, obviously I keep working on it, so I must be having some kind of fun figuring it out, right? Because eventually you get irritated if you're not having fun. The next phase, the next step in my life is irritation. Hey, by the way, man, I got an interview on Thursday. I mean, it sounds like the company that does this has got like a multi-layered interview process. So this is the first interview. I had a screening last week, and then this week I have an interview. Yeah, I'm not going to get my hopes up. I mean, the odds of the first job that even calls me being the one that I get, the odds are against it. So we'll see. Unless, of course, that's the one God has in line for me, right? He says, yeah, we're not going to go through all this other nonsense. we'll just go ahead and make this the one. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it's not in my hands in that case. So, I mean, short of blabbering my way through it. I'm sure I could burn that bridge if I really wanted to, but I'll do my best. We'll see what happens, but I'm not going to expect much. Yeah, she'd love that. She doesn't even always like the one she has. I mean, the job stresses her out. She comes home a lot going, today was a terrible day. Okay, so here's my problem. See this? This is the example I'm following to get everything working. And this has middleware files, right? These two middleware components. And the thing is, when you call, it's like these are supposed to handle the refreshing of your component and be able to, you know, take care of keeping the authentication token alive. It's gonna do, that's what it does. But here's the problem. It never gets called. I don't know where it's supposed to get called in all this nonsense. So I'm like, where is that being used? I have, because it creates these functions like update session. Well, this session only gets called by this file. This file never gets called. It doesn't exist in any of the code of their samples. Set up middleware to automatically refresh the Supabase Auth session. You're done. To recap, no, I haven't. I set it up, but how do I use it? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. Oh, you mean putting it in the root of your project? Well, yeah, it is in the root of my project, but you still have to, something has to reference it. Something has to call. I mean, it's sitting right here. This is the middleware piece, and the only thing that references it is this piece. It's calling, this calls this, nothing calls either one of them. Nothing else calls them. It's like, well, how is it maintaining the session if nothing calls it? Something has to be calling it. So I tried to call like this update session, but it didn't do anything. Return. So my thought is something should call this middleware, right? So if this function is saying, hey, yeah, you think I'm about 2 levels above you, man, out of 100. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit more than that because I do understand how programming works maybe a little bit more. So I may have a few steps on you, but still, it's like my understanding is in order for a function to do anything, something has to call it. Something somewhere has to say, middleware, hello, I need you to do your middleware-y thing. And I don't have, and none of the examples, they just say, hook up middleware. Okay, so I hooked up middleware. Now what? Now, when does this ever get called? Ever in the history of this app? It's never going to get called because this little function here has no link to the world. Refreshing the auth token by calling Supabase auth get user. But yeah, it does that because that's what this is doing right here. See, Supabase auth.get user. It does do it if something ever calls it. So something that would call this passes in a request object. It then passes the request object into update session, which updates the session. So I need to figure out where this is, or what the process is for me to run that object. Because nothing uses this dumb thing. So they don't have any example that actually runs the middleware. They say set up middleware and then you can use it. And I'm like, okay. Where is it getting used again? It's like even here, which is supposed to be the example of actually, navigating the page. I create the client on the using the server object, but that server object is just what I have here. I have my server object. It's interesting though, it says the set method was called from the server component. This can be ignored if you have middleware. Well, I do have middleware, but it's not being called anywhere. Am I supposed to call it right here? What am I supposed to do? Where do I call the middleware piece? It's like, yeah, you can ignore this if you've got that thing that you're not using. The delete method was called from a server component. This can be ignored if your middleware refreshing user session. Again, yes, but no. All right, I'm probably asking the wrong Google questions. How to use middle. All right, how about Supabase middleware.ts example. Supabase middleware examples. Okay, let's go see that. Import. Oh, this is examples of how to create the middleware. I want to know how to use it. I've already created it, man. I just want to know where you're pulling the stupid thing. Export async function middleware. Authentication middleware example. For authenticating, you can use middleware to verify your sessions and redirect unauthorized users. Middleware. Middleware can also be used for more advanced scenarios, such as custom authentication logic, modifying headers, or even handling cores. Session management with middleware. Okay, import. Oh, this is using that stupid auth helpers. Ugh. Wait, which one? Oh, is that the same thing? Docs, Supabase, knowledge base, middleware examples. Oh, you just gave me the one I just found. The thing is, I looked at this earlier. I actually went through this. In fact, knowing me, I probably have it open somewhere still. Look, there it is. This is from when I looked at it an hour ago. So I find it still doesn't. Middleware in serverless architectures. Well, I do have server. It's not serverless, but it's still using helper. See this helper.js? This is deprecated. It doesn't exist anymore. It says don't. In fact, Supabase says don't use that anymore. But it's basically the same thing. Export function middleware. I want to see where they're importing this middleware and using it. Supabase. It says Supabase provides a plethora of examples. Oh, is that so? because I've been in Supabase. I have not found no plethora of anything. Let's see. Middleware.ts. I'm not using TS, but I can change it. Connecting directly to Postgre. Capture support. Build a Discord bot. Huh. Sending emails. Managing dependencies. Handling routing and functions. Build user management app with NextJS. How much do I want to bet this is just going to take me to the same spot? All right. Oh no. Okay. So this has, it has the middleware. This is just creating it again. Set up a login page. Yep. Okay. And then the action page, which is actually doing the login and the sign up. And then proof key for code, blah, 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 blah. Create client. Oh, this is the confirmation page, which I've already got and it works fine. Account page. After a user is signed in, we can allow them to edit their profile details and manage their account. Let's create a new component for that called account form within the app account. So use state, client, update, class name, email, user email. You know, to be honest, I could care less about the middleware. That's not really what's stopping me. It's get the stupid email. I just want to get the email, because every time I've tried to get the email from the user object, it says error, error. It's not pulling it. Even if I don't use the middleware, if I just had a thing that says get user, and I've tried to get user a couple of times, but it's constantly failing me. All right, let's try to. Let's see here. I'm going to go back up here because it just doesn't work. See, I have this user data here, and I was trying to figure out. See, we have get user. Supabase create client. I have that. Supabase create client. I'm doing it off the server, which is right here. Create client. And so we have that, and then I run the constant Supabase auth.get user, and then I should be able to return my data. All right. So do I have it called something else? Nope. Data user. Maybe I'm calling it weird. This is all examples, so I'm not even making up my own stuff. So this is supposed to be exactly functioning already, but I'm just trying whatever this says. For example, constant data user, which is just the user value that comes back from supabase.auth.get user. And I shouldn't have to be making this call. The whole point of that middleware is so that I don't make this call, that I just get it back from the app or from the middleware. But since that middleware is not, I can't function it, it doesn't work, I can't figure out how to make it return what I need. Because if I call update session here, say I bypass this middleware altogether, and I just get the request, and then I'm like, well, what's the request? The request is whatever the update session returns, which if I go down here is this, which is the response. This is the response to the request, I guess, that passes in. So it's just returning this, and I should be able to do these gets and sets and whatever else. So it passes in. So this one, when called, you pass in a request, but the request is coming from something else, whatever calls this middleware. So it passes in a request to this middleware. So I would have to get the object that is the request and pass it in. So it's like, it's just this big nasty loop. And that's why it's confusing me so much. It's like, why? I feel like this is convoluted. But the whole point is to save it so you don't have to have this next session constantly. This will handle its own updating the session bit. But I'm going to just bypass if I can. How do I know? All right, so let's go back to layout here. And this is coming back. No, I'm going to do a console.log here. Console.log. Data.user. I don't know, does that even work? It's not complaining, but oh, I did it again. I'm always doing that. I need to take the login page off, or the login button off. All right, yeah. This is not fun, huh? So people like log in, say, dude, you're not gaming, man. It's like, I know. I should be doing my Marvel Snap break time. I haven't taken a break today. I've been doing this all day since I started doing stuff. All right, so here we go. Here's my new confirmation link. We go here, and then bam, 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 fail. We get here. Object doesn't have anything in it. It's null. My data object is null. That's the console.log data.user. So get user is not working. Get user is not working, but I'll tell you, something's up, because when I do the check here, see, I'm logged in. I logged in as logged in as of 241, which is right now. So it is logged in. There is an object. I'm just not getting it back right. Something I'm doing is wrong. It's not pulling my object back. It got here, it did its thing. It's this redirect when this is empty, or when data.user is empty. That's sending me back to the authorized page. It's saying, hey, log in, you're not logged in. But I am logged in, but something's wrong with my fetch of this data. And I don't know why. I tried calling set session. Tried calling update session, but my I'm failing to get the, because it returns a response, which is all this stuff. The cookies, name, value. Set, remove, get. I've tried to pull it off of cookies. That didn't work. I don't think anything uses this. They tell you to set up the middleware, but it just doesn't have an example. No, nobody's actually using it that way. I mean, not from the example. Whatever somebody's doing, they're doing it a different way. I mean, I'm sure middleware is being used by somebody, but I'm not conceiving the process they're using. I mean, just using this, I mean, I was just trying to do the simple little let's just get this thing. User equals, all right, let's just do it this way. Just try it, their little thing. I don't see how it's any different from my little thing, but whatever. Just a different way to create the data construct. And they just say user, so we'll just say user. Well, because it's using this data construct, but I don't. You know what's funny is this is kind of a weird way to write this, right? Because whatever this user object is, it's setting it to data. But then we go back and just use the user object. So why? Why did we assign it to this data value? In the user, I don't. It's all that is. It's like get user, take the user object, set it to data, but then down here use user. Why did we set it to the data value then? I don't know. What are you doing to me, man? You're driving me nuts. You just always got to be difficult. See, all it does is have this. To manage user sessions, middleware can interact with cookies to read and update your sessions. This is essential when using server-side components that cannot directly write back. For example, in the NextJS application, you can create middleware.js file that uses the Supabase Auth package to refresh the user session before loading server component routes. But there's no example of how to use it. You must just call, I'm guessing you just call middleware. Middleware can be used to enforce edge functions. See, example. Supabase provides a plethora of examples. Yeah, so you say, but there's not, it's like, a lot of stuff that tells you how to write the middleware, but nothing has how to execute it. See? This guy calls it. I mean, he's using, I don't know what he's using. I think he's using TypeScript, but still. Execute the chain of middleware in the order they were added on a given context. Invoke middlewares. But he's not calling the same middleware. This is middleware, yes, but it's not exactly what I'm doing. Let's start with the setup. How we want to use it. This would be getting started section of documentation. The idea is here we have an app, blah, blah, blah. Information making this all work is surprisingly terse. Making this all work is surprisingly terse. Okay, so we go through class, dispatch middleware, construct this middleware, add a middleware function, blah, 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 execute the chain of middlewares. You know what? While only one middleware TS file is, oh, you know what? I think this is dumb. This is dumb, but I think the problem is I gave it a different name. I thought middleware was a stupid name because it's very generic. It doesn't say middleware of what? What's it doing? So I gave it a more defined name. But this implies that this is like a component name, or this is a system file name, which means it won't use the middleware, or it would use middleware if middleware was actually defined as middleware. I have a feeling the problem is I caused myself headaches. That's what I think is happening. I think I may have broke myself. And the location of the file may very well be the problem as well. Because it's a key name. Basically, it's a key name of a file, just like that env local thing that I have there. If this works simply because I put this here, I am going to be perturbed. Oh, whoops. I did the wrong one. Shoot. Okay, so yeah, I did the wrong one. Okay, so this one has to be under Supabase. And then I have one over here. Where did I put the other one? Here it is. This one has to be out here. And that one is, and interestingly enough, it's not a client token one. It's probably, that's probably a bad name in that way. Middleware. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it has to be in that same location using those file names. I don't know, maybe. I'll have to put a console.log in there just to see if it actually fires it. Alright, so we'll file, save all. Module not found, can't resolve Supabase middleware. Update session. All right, well. How about that? Ugh. Error. Error. Dashboard layout.js. Wrong layout. Console. Error is not defined. Oh, did I not put error? Did I not put error in here? I'm going back to the way I had it, just because I want to see if that matters. Nope. Server token. Oh, wait, what? Update. Oh, I'm not even doing that. Why do I even have that? Okay, well, I got past whatever that was. Still don't have any proof that my console.log here has any. So we're still getting kicked out. My object is still null. Now it's possible since I've do I have a cookie even right now? I do have a cookie still. So we're still getting wick back here, which means my data value is still null. So that didn't work. Simply having a middleware is named correctly is not the answer. So even though it says it only supports one, the one I have is obviously not the way it works. While only one middleware file is supported per project, you can still organize your middleware logic modularly, break out middleware functionalities into separate TS or JS files, and import them into your main middleware TS file. This allows for cleaner management of route-specific middleware. By enforcing a single middleware file, it simplifies configuration, prevents potential conflicts, and optimizes performance. Export function middleware. So they're talking about using middleware for lots of stuff, whatever this middleware.ts is. Middleware will be invoked every route in your project. Given this, it's crucial to use matchers to precisely target or exclude specific routes. The following is the execution. Headers, rewrites from before. There are two ways. Allows you to filter middleware to run on specific paths. You can match a single path or multiple paths with an array syntax. The matcher config allows full regex. You know what I didn't do is call it middleware.ts. Can I use middleware.js instead of middleware.js? I don't know if it's middleware.ts is the trick. Yeah, see, it says middleware executes before routes are rendered. When does middleware.js run? Let's see. NextJS. Use the right middleware and run code on the server before a request is completed. Then, based on the incoming request, you can modify the response by rewriting, redirecting, modifying the request or response headers, or responding directly. Middleware executes before routes are rendered. Okay, so it just fires. middlewar.js. So that works, and it's at the root of my project. Right there, okay. And then it calls my Supabase middleware, which is the other one, which is the update session. So that guy is just keeping things up. So the next thing is I should not. So I still have to do a get user though, right? App, dashboard, layout. I must still have to do a get user because it's not returning me anything, so I'm not actually getting to use it. It's just going to run. So we got create client, server client. But my data is coming back blank. I'm gonna get this, dang it. I'm Let me figure this out. Get user object after middleware.js. Only some, man. It's starting to clear up. For one of the issues, it's not working, so the fix didn't do anything. But I did determine that apparently my renaming middleware to something more sensical, because middleware is so generic. In fact, it's not used just for this, right? So I was just thinking I wanted to give it a better name, so I gave it a better name. But apparently, the point this is a system name. So you create a middleware file, and the system knows it's there, and thus reacts to that file based on that name at certain points. And so by my naming it wrong, it was never going to execute it. But that's how it gets executed. It calls it out. So.
I think you gotta not check your last glasses.
Oh,
Deposit.
I got more checks to deposit. Lots and lots. Two here, I guess still two. No, every little bit. How goes it?
Fine.
Fine. Nothing, just trying to figure this thing out. Oh, Joel says hi.
Oh. What's he doing online? He's supposed to be working.
Ann says you're supposed to be working. He's like, yeah, I'm working. I'm working at home. Oh, he's done at 3, he says.
Nice.
Though he's been on since 2:30, so. Anyway. So yeah, I'm making some kind of progress. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go into this middleware, and do I have? Let's see here. I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna type in console.log. Yes, middleware did execute. We're gonna go Control S. And then I'm gonna go over to my thingy mobobber here, and I'm gonna say dashboard. Why is that even? That's not even right. I took those out. Those shouldn't even exist anymore. Sign up and log in. Dashboard. Actually, I don't even need dashboard. Let's just go here. 3,000. Huh. There it is. Yes, middleware did execute. So it is going here. Something did happen. So that's something, right? That's something. So we'll take that out. It didn't error. So the middleware is firing. Yay. I mean, it doesn't do it doesn't do much because the real meat of this thing is in here. Yep, things are doing things. So I have this create client, and then I return this cookies thing. So I am going to so cookies should be an item in here. So if I was to go Control V, oops, Control V. Oh no. No, 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 no. go back to my middleware. Go back to this middleware. Fine, whatever. What? Couldn't undo. Cannot. I don't want to. You're just dumb. Okay, whatever. Just do this. Console.log Supabase.cookies, because that's in here. And then I'm going to say, I don't know. What do I want to get? Get user. What does? I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm trying to pull off of it. Get user. All right. So let's go here, and then we're gonna say. We're gonna call this data. I don't even know if I can do this here, but we're going to say data equals, and then we're going to go up here and we'll say, I don't know, what is it? Layout? Let's just do this here. And we're going to go all the way down to here. And we're going to, what is book that into there. Oh wait. Okay. So we're just gonna do this here for now because I'm gonna try something. So this is where it's executing. So this is where it's supposedly refreshing, supposedly doing everything it's supposed to do, supposedly working. And then we're gonna say console.log data dot, I don't know, data.user. Data.email. Oh. Data.user.email. It's probably not going to work because I don't think that's right. I don't know what it's populating in data. I don't know what data is. You have to just know what get users returning. It's always fun when you just have to know what it is. Oh, blow up. Can't resolve. Wait, what? Can't resolve. Huh? Utils Supabase server. Oh, no, that's right. I don't know what it's complaining about, but let's take this out a minute. And we're going to go create client server. Oh. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go back here, and we're going to say nothing, hit enter, and we blew up. Okay, so yes, middleware did execute. Well, that's great, but that's, do I even have that anymore? Where's that at? Didn't I take that out? Did I not save this? Cannot read properties of null. Supabase middleware JS. Cannot read properties of null because null is not a thing. No, 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 no. How come I have so many nulls? Well, we are running, so I am definitely getting in here. But whatever it's doing, it's not telling me what these are, because I must have other calls going on. But it doesn't like my null. It's not getting the user. Whatever this is doing, it is not doing it right. And this is just code. This isn't even my code. This is the code that says do it this way. So what it sounds like, what's happening here, it's, you know, my confirm, when I go to my confirm blah blah blah, this one, API, here it is. So this guy doesn't get user. This is the one that the email comes in, generates, says, hey, we're good, and we're good. Then that's that, and we're done. So, but when we process here, we're going console.log.getUser.email. It doesn't like my, it's going into the middle.js, it's going here. But it's not actually refreshing my session. It's not. If there is a user active here, I don't know why. All right. Is this still, all right, I'm going to go like this. I don't know for sure, but let's just do that. I don't know what this is supposed to show. And then we got to go let's go do a fresh one, because it's all about figuring out, getting it to find out where it's breaking. Because if it's actually creating a user like it says it's doing, I shouldn't be having this problem. Now it is logging in, so I know that much. Okay. Okay, so we don't have a user yet because this would be null. User null. Okay, so, okay, so those are, so it actually printed something because it did the redirect. Interesting. All right, so I'm going to go one step further and just say home, enter, I'm going to go console.log data object, just so that it can print and tell me what it's showing. Okay, so we're going to go over to here, and we're going to, what is it, it's 318, so it must be over here. Here we go. 317, okay, confirm your email. So, aha, so look, there you go. My user object is not getting populated. So my data object, whatever it is doing, it does not involve loading an object. It's user, null. It goes in here and it tries to redirect and it says, hey, we don't have nothing, man. So this is not working. Supabase.auth.getUser is not pulling any data back. And this, again, is how they said to set this up. So I am confirmed now. It's not just... See, I always thought the problem was that the middleware wasn't firing, and therefore I was losing the object. But I'm not losing the object. I don't have an object. Oh, it's in the link. When you're in this, like if you look at the bottom of my window here, see it says at the bottom token hash equals pkce blah 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 blah. All that. That's when you click on this link, it goes through, sends a confirmation to Supabase. Supabase then says, hey, this person's logging in, they just confirmed their email, and they send you that object back. And that object is for that user who's blah, 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 pkce, blah, 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 is clicking. So no, well, it's destroying the token hash object from the URL. It shouldn't be destroying it from the cookie. At least it shouldn't be, because that would be counterproductive. So you're talking about over here where it's destroying, where'd it go? Is it this one? You're talking about here where it says delete hash. Yeah, I mean, my understanding is it's not really destroying the... I guess it depends on what's happening when it happens, right? So you're saying that maybe that... Oh, you know what? No, I don't think so. Because I think what's happening here is this token is not used here. We load it up into blah, 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 blah. See, the token hash is loaded up into this value, into a variable. So at that point, you can delete it. You have it in an object now. So you don't need the object anymore. You have it. And then you go down here and you say, okay, we're going to pass in my variable, which has the object. And then it's going to pass it into the verified. It says, yeah, we're verified. We're good. And then it says checking for blah, blah, blah. Console.log. Interestingly enough, if this works, we end up back at the origin page, which is fine. I thought it was kind of weird it was deleting stuff too, but because it's putting it in a parameter and then using it, it should be working. But you know, this route.js is a direct copy of what Supabase says, you know, to set it up. But it is interesting. Now, I did just create a new user. I have 2 email addresses, and I did use I delete them. So when I delete them out of here, they're gone from the system. This is Supabase. So when I dump it from here, the emails are new. It's just like it's never seen them before. So that's why I can go ahead and process them again. But so when you go back and then you do OTP, where is the object at? No, the user ID is not in there. Well, that's the information it uses when it's it takes that token hash, passes it into our Supabase. Supabase uses this function here to say, hey, yeah, this person's been authorized. We're good to go. And then I go down here and I say, did it work? Did we get an error? And it's like, nope, no error. Say, all right, let's redirect to my home page and we can start working with it. And that's where I'm at. I'm trying to read that object though. It's like, where is the user object that got created from this thing? So and you can kind of tell that I have a cookie, which is what's loading. When this code works, and I go to my application here, and I look at cookies, there it is. There's the cookie that that was created. Supabase something 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 something. That's the Supabase cookie that was created so that I can hold a session with this user. This is what you get when it successfully logs you in, and you can see that when I clicked on the user at 3:15 or 3:18, it says, hey, he's logged in, he's signed in. So it logged me in at that time. That was one of the issues I was having yesterday. It wasn't logging it in. It would just approve the email. It says, hey, you're approved, but you've never logged in. Now I got it working finally, where it was coming to the website, going through this confirmation, confirms, logs you in. But now I'm trying to actually read the login, and it's like the user doesn't exist. And I don't know why. It's almost like the user object, the get user, is not functioning right, or something's not right. So when I get this and I pass over to here, it's like there is no user object. I can't get user from I keep going back and forth to this auth stuff. By the way, their AI thing sucks. their auth. What the heck is that? Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is part of their example. This is supposed to be the full auth process. Got the client, the server, you create the middleware, which is what I've got running. You have the page that actually allows them to put in their email, their password, connect the actions to it, which I have. And then you have this is if something goes wrong, this is basically your error page. Okay, and then it has your route. That's this thing, the route.js. This is what I was that I was using there. It's like got the token hash, it does the type, the next. Delete the token. This is all part of the process of linking you to the page. Now access user info from server component. And this is kind of what I was looking at earlier, trying to figure out how do I make this work? And that's what I have here. I'm basically doing this same thing. This is where you're supposed to be able to access user info from the server component. And I'm going redirect. I have the create client. And then I have the data.error, which is like a constant data.error equals await Supabase auth get user, got it. And then it's if there's an error or data is null, which is what I'm got, and it sends me back here, which it's doing. It's sending me back to my authorized page versus the login page, same thing. But it's just this not supposed to be coming back null. This here, this value is supposed to have a data object in it. Same one I have here. But it does not. It doesn't like me that much, man. It's like, nope, not doing it. Nope, don't ask. Nope, not doing it. I'm gonna try something else. Only because I wanted to create client. Nope, see. I think I'm just learning how these are working. So if it's forward moving, nope, not forward moving. So if it's it's from the root. No, yeah, it's from the root of the application. If it's ... it's from the level above down. So it's this is like relatives, and this is like from the root. This is relative URL, and this is from the root. Huh. Wait, did somebody reply to me? Probably something I already figured out, and now I can't. Now it's like a pointless thing. Oh, this is my duplication thing. Wait. This one. I probably can't reply to her here, huh? How do I go? Do I have to click on this? To Supabase. Oh, maybe this is... Oh, this is my email confirmation triggers conference twice. Oh, yeah. My route.js looks just like the one on this page, as do my other files. It is not a new project, but then because I am plugging it in, but all other aspects work. Just this confirmation always runs twice. I'm surprised they even replied. Didn't say it was you know, they didn't give me a solution or anything. Wow, they actually have a season 2 of that movie. Okay, anyway. No, I don't think so. I don't even know if they have a user UID in this. You can get the user and the email, but I don't think that ID is any kind of a... I don't know. I don't even know how it tracks these actually. This is a special Supabase auth table. I haven't tried to look at it yet. It's in my database, yes, but I haven't tried to look at what exactly it's, you know, that might be a good idea. I should go look at that table. Never actually tried to look at it. Let's go see what it looks like. Users. Well, is that my table? Enable branching. No, that's just the users. But let's go to my table editor, database. Let's go to my database. And it may not be, because it could be the auth is not even connecting to my table specifically. Well, I got this profiles table. Oh, that might be. Maybe that's it, because that's it. Just must have put that table in. All right, all right, so that's my database tables. Let's go to SQL. SQL editor. Say select star from profiles. Yeah. Maybe that is the user ID. That kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Well, it probably looks like it. I don't think this is the one, because that's not the one. I only have one user in my table right now. You know, it's really weird when I click on this, those vanish. And they literally vanish. Look, I'm looking at my email. It should have gone right here. I don't know where it goes. I don't know where those links disappear to. They get swallowed up and eaten by my email server. They are like gonzo. Gonzo McGonalot. I don't know where that went, man. So bizarre. So bizarre. Anyway, don't care. It's distracting me. Let's go back. So there's one file, and then you're right. That might be the ID that's in there. I don't know for sure, but it kind of looks like it. I would have to compare when I do a new one. Like go to my auth authentication here. I was going to look at the path, but I can't because the link disappeared. It seems like after I click it, it just disappears off the planet. Got one from 9:34 a.m. But not one from 4 whatever that I just did. $3:30. Guess it's not 4. I'm stopping at 4. Matter. Junk. Oh. Oh, you mean down here? This guy? I didn't even see that it showed it. Yeah, you're right. It's down here. I didn't even... Good eye there, man. I didn't even see that. All right. Let's see. No, look, the token hash does not match that ID. This was the last call I had. And that don't match at all. What user ID? Where are you seeing user ID? Oh, user ID. On here? There's like more, are there more columns that I'm unaware of? No, this is the user ID. That's the ID. But none of that's here. 8. Nope. So what are you comparing it to? I was just saying your database entry matches the user ID in the user list on the other tab. Oh, you're talking about when I'm over here. AE99515D. Yeah. And it's probably, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean that would make sense, right? That's the value that's in the database. Yeah, thought you were discovering something that I hadn't seen. I mean, I hadn't seen that this matched, but I kind of assumed it was the same value. Yeah, but I shouldn't have to use the user ID. That's the thing. I shouldn't. When you go into the Supabase Auth or whatever, you go get user here, it's supposed to be pulling from the, it's supposed to be pulling from your cookie. Yeah, I don't even think this hash, like I said, this hash is deleted. It's like gone, it's gone. Once you've verified, it passes this hash into Auth. Auth checks and says, yeah, we're good, and sends you back an object and puts it in the cookie. The cookie's gonna have your info. So in theory, this data is supposed to be able to pull me back my cookie info. Yeah, the cookie has my data in it. But I don't know how it's getting the, see this cookies. I should be able to read cookies. And I took it out because, well, it wasn't working. Because I was trying to copy some other nonsense. But I mean, I don't think the cookie has the email. No, the cookie does not have the email. The cookie has the information you need to get the user that will have the email. So it's either the ID key or some other, maybe the cookie storing the hash or something. I mean, it pulls from the cookie. The cookie then takes that info. Because I don't think there's any readable data in the cookie. I mean, it shouldn't be. Or not readable in the sense that it's it can be hacked. I don't think so anyway. I don't know. I guess the email could be storing the cookie, but I don't think, or storing the cookie. I think it's stored in the object you go get with the information. It could have, I suppose the cookie could have the user ID. And when you go and do your call to get user, it reads that value from the cookie and gets the rest of the data in the data object. This data object is supposed to be reading it back. So I have this create client. Create client, which is coming from this server object, is here. See, cookie store. Get cookie store. So it goes here. We pass in this options. So it's saying, all right, hey, Supabase, here's my URL and my API key. And can you please return me my cookies? My cookies need to be the name. I don't know what else you get. Get name value options. I don't know. Whatever else it provides. I don't know. It says, this set method was called from a server component. This can be ignored if you're using middleware. So I don't know what it means. It can be ignored. What does that mean? Just don't look at this? Just don't pretend like it's not there. And is it possible that my server, see, this is the exact same server component that's on here. So when I go look at server component here, server, that's this. See? Nice. And yeah. So what's that mean? Ignore this? Ignore the error? or ignore the fact that you have an error here, or ignore the catch of the error. I don't know what it's saying, but yeah, you can ignore it. Well, it has it on both lines. 15. Oh, you're saying ignore the entire set method and the entire remove method. Well, it makes sense because the middleware does have set and remove. So yeah. But still, we have the get. Get what? We have the cookie get name. Name cookie store. Name. Name of what? What is it the name of? The name of the client? The name of the user? It just says name. Get name. And then the value. So is this like the name is, I don't know. I don't know what this get name is. So I wonder if, since we're using middleware, if I even need these. I wonder if I could just delete those. You know, rather than ignore them, just get them out of there so that they're not, you know, distracting me. I probably could, because the middleware is taking care of it. The fact is, I would imagine all of this stuff is kind of covered up, because if you think about it, the name's here too. So. Well, it doesn't say comment them out, it just says ignore them. But I could. But ultimately, this whole bit doesn't matter if the middleware is triggering, because it's doing all that. It's got the same thing, right? It's going cookies, get name, blah, blah, blah. It does the whole thing. So the middleware is triggering all that. Still is not returning me anything that I can read. I don't know why my object is becoming back null though. It's not just a matter of the functionality, it's a matter of why is this stupid thing null? Yeah, it's like so when I say get user, this is supposed to have data in it that I can do something with. But every time I do, I get null. Not supposed to be null. It's supposed to be something other than null. Data object user null. Null. It doesn't like me. So get user is not working. It's not getting the user. And if I am truly logged in like it says I am, there should be a user. Let's see. Auth.getUser, not getting logged in user. Try binding the controller with the template. Oh, see, this is not the same. This is Angular or something. I don't even know what he's programming in. I mean, I could probably try to make it state provider. No, he didn't get any positive response that was any use to anybody. He had the same problem-ish. It's NextJS. I gotta type in what it is. Supabase client.auth get user return null even if logged in. Isn't that the same one I just did, or is that a different one? Oh no, it's different. Providing code. From what I understand, you are using NextJS app router. Could you please confirm that you are importing the correct Supabase client? And yeah, see, Everybody always tries to solve problems for things that aren't the problem. Are you doing the right setup? Oh, it's helpers. Oh man. No, he doesn't want to use helpers because helpers are deprecated. That doesn't exist anymore. So this could be an old post. See? Use Supabase SSR package. Thing is, it is a big deal. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's weird. But it is a big deal to switch to the SSR package from the helper package. It is not the same. There's a lot. That's why I've hit such a kind of a roadblock or a muck trying to pull through this Auth portion of my training class, because I'm trying to do it all with SSR. Well, yeah, but I need to have, like, what else did I need off of there? I mean, I guess it could be. But, yeah, but I don't, you mean just change this to email? But isn't a name in there? Isn't there a name in that thing? I mean, I guess I could, but that seems weird. I could try it. But the problem is my data object is null. It's like just looking at the data object itself is still coming back null. So, I mean, even though I'm not even asking for the email there. When I'm down here, all I'm asking for is the data object. It's whatever's in data. Whatever's in data for get user, put it here. And it's null. And for some, it identifies it as user. I don't even put it in as user. It just identifies it as such. And so it's not even a matter of what the name of the object is. It's just my user is null. I'm not getting a user back. That's what's happening. So all this other crap doesn't mean anything. Retrieve a user object as admin using Supabase auth.admin. Get user by ID. I mean, I guess that's an option. Shouldn't have to do it that way. I'm going to try to do it that way. A user can sign in with one of the following methods. Password, and identify describes the authentication method that a user uses to sign in. A user can have multiple identities. These are the types of identities supported. Email. The user contains the following attributes. Oh, that's nice. Well, there you go. There's some extra info. But all that stuff is probably in the table that we saw, right? Email, ID, plus whatever else. Supabase Auth provides configuration options to control user access to your application. Allow new user to sign up. Allow unverified email sign-in. Confirm email. Deprecated? Question mark? Users will need to confirm their email address before signing in for the first time. Deprecated? If you previously relied on this config to auto-confirm a user's email address, you can switch to use Allow Unverified Email Sign-In instead. This new option allows the user to sign in with an unverified email, which you can keep track of through the user object. It provides more versatility if you require your users to verify their email address in the future, since you can construct. I don't want to allow unverified email. It's not the point. Auth provides these configuration options. I don't know if that helps, man. I mean, it is cool to know all of this info that I can pull. You're right, there's no name, email. But the fact is, my object that this is returning, retrieve user object. That's what I'm trying to get. I should just get the user. This is the user object on my, see on my console down here. This is my user object, and it's null. I should not have an empty user object. Okay, well, I can try it that way. I still think it's empty. Because null is null is null. I mean, it does pass it in a little differently. I can try it. Data is just giving it a name, I think. But hey, sure. This looks familiar to me. Like I may have actually done something like this already. Oops, what am I doing? Oh, go away. I'm on the wrong spot. Go away. Down here. Oh, I'm in the wrong page. I totally got pulled away from my world. All right, so we're going to go back here. Const data colon user. Oh wait, Supabase get user. I mean, I'm okay with trying it, but I don't know if it's going to do anything. I think all this really does is give it a name. You're just saying, what are you assigning to data? You're assigning the user object to data. It's kind of a TypeScripty thing. Get the user details if there's an existing session. This method performs a network request to the Supabase Auth server, so the return value is authentic and can be used to base authorization rules on it. Should always be used when checking for user authorization. You can instead use, for faster results, get session is insecure on the server. Okay, can't do that. Yeah, I mean, I'll try it. I mean, you know, never know what you find. Sometimes code just works when you do microscopic little changes. I got too many pieces of junk open here. Can't even see my. Just going by icons now because I barely know what I can see here. Ultimately, this needs to have a value in it. And I don't know, maybe there's something going on. Oh. You know what? Oh, this better not be it. This better not be it. No, it can't be. No, never mind. That's not it. Never mind. I have a thing on my email or on my Microsoft Edge. What did I just do? Did it just explode on me and die? It did. Oh, meltdown. All right, maybe that's not it. Yeah, all right, never mind. I thought maybe I had a cookie thing blocking my cookies, but that wouldn't be. Yeah, I know. It was the workspace. I like these workspaces. They're a great way to organize your files. Because this way, whenever I want to like start working on a particular thing, I can go to this workspace and I can go like learning new programming skills, and I click on this, and bam, all my pages that I was last working on in that place is back. So it kind of keeps all my stuff together. So I really like this. But I have been overloading it. As you can see, I've got like 1,000 pages open, and I do have to kind of maintain it a little bit. It's a little messy right now. Middleware, route handler. Get server-side props. This is probably not auth. No. I don't think so, because I think if you run that outside of the browser, the cookie's not going to let you have it, right? Because that's the whole point of it. It's a security thing. If you could just access information outside of the browser, outside of the session that's handling it, I think that would be a security problem. I think the whole point is that that session is trying to keep it secure, so it keeps you from reading cookies outside of your, all right, outside of the session that's handling it. That's my theory, but I don't know. I mean, there are ways to inspect your code, but I don't think you can actually run anything against it. Like if I was to go back to my app, where did I put it? Is it here? Do I even have a session open for it? This is just using middleware. I do like the premise of the middleware, because it allows you to have stuff, a way to work around server versus client-side stuff. But it does appear how am I ending up here?
Say off in.
What is that? Oh, my GitHub? Yeah, no, this should not be complicated. This should be exactly that. I should get this. It goes get my user. That's the whole point. Get the current user details if there is an existing session. This method performs a network request to the Supabase auth server, so the return value is authentic and can be used to base authorization rules on. takes an optional access token. If no is provided, the JWT from the current session is used. So I shouldn't have to do anything. I should just get it, and I have data, but it's just not working. It's not. You know, I wonder if at the point of creation, this is the confirm where it says, hey, you've got data, right? This is like saying, yeah, we worked. We were able to go here. I'm going to do something right here and see if it works at this point. Because this is the obvious location where things work, right? I mean, I haven't handed over the task to any other thing. This is where things get made to work. So we're gonna go here. I'm just gonna pop this in here because theoretically this is where it said, hey, everything works, we're good to go. At least once it said this. Oh wait, what's going on? Oh, I think I had to async. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I'm taking the await out. I don't. This is the one that was duplicating its dumb stuff, so I wasn't able to. All right. I'm gonna try and do this here, because in theory, this is the point at time when it said, it told me you have a logged in user. That's why I ended up able to go to my origin page, because it worked. I verified my user, .auth verify OTP. So I should be in a functional state at this stage. Now the only way I can trigger this, of course, is to go back to my Supabase page, unfortunately. Oops, wait, what? Yeah, I'm not signed in even, whatever. All right, so I gotta reload my page, my app apparently, because it's gone. I mean, I guess I didn't have to do that. I could have just browsed to it. Compile errors, everybody's a compile error. Data is not defined. Wait, how is data not defined? It's defined right there. It's defined right there, man. What are you talking about? Maybe I can't do it inside of my if thing here? something I'm missing here? Cannot redeclare block scoped variable error. Oh. Oh, because it's getting declared there. Really? Interesting. Let's not worry about that. Nope, still doesn't like it. What do you mean it's not declared? It's right there, man. Declared. What nonsense are you speaking to me? Alright, let's just try this. There, now it's declared. Oh, maybe because it was being declared as user. And therefore, oh, I see. It must have been going the other way. I see. It's alright. Doesn't matter. It's just logic nonsense. It's not declared. It's right there. It's declared. Ugh. How is that? What is your problem, man? Create client. It worked fine over here. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hangry. That's what it is. I'm getting hangry. It's like my brain is starting to shut down. I haven't eaten enough today. So this one doesn't complain about my data object. What the heck? Data's right there. Is it defined somewhere else? This one doesn't define it anywhere else. Why is this thing being a turd? If it ain't one thing, it's another, I tell you, man. It's like, this is just dumb. Const data. Reference error. Data is not defined. Yes, it is. You're stupid. Nobody sees that. Just ignore me. It's probably gonna be the same error. It is. I don't understand what it's doing. Well, now it's like, you're gonna get smart with me. I'm not gonna run it all. Okay, that's not even the value in here anymore. Okay, I see the problem. It's not even compiling right. I changed the name and it didn't even, something else is going on here. Middleware.js. Oh. What? I don't think this version I don't think this works, man. This doesn't like this data user version. I don't know why. Oh, maybe because this is supposed to be user now that it's been done that way. Because it's taking the data that it's pulling back and putting it into user. Okay, that's the problem there. I was referencing the wrong object, the wrong part of the object. It's black magic to me half the time too. Until it all works, none of it makes sense. Such is the way it goes, man. You're like looking at it going, this doesn't make any sense. And then all of a sudden it works and you're like, oh, that's how it works. That's the magic trick. So yeah, the issue here that it didn't work was because, yeah, reasons. Okay, so I think now we're compiling. Still getting data objects null, but let's go do my thing now. Let's make sure I spelled that right. Okay, so we registered. And we'll go here. Now this shouldn't have. Yep, there it is. Waiting for verification. There is my link. We will click once again. This time I should see something. This time I have this. Data object, undefined. So data never got set by this object. Theoretically, if things worked, I should have been able to get user from this. I gotta take a break. I gotta stop. I gotta get my brain onto something else for a while. You know, this guy's stuff works. This guy's stuff works. Where is he?
Into the dairy dungeon we go. Hey, hands off the cheese and let's go to this reco. Where is everybody?
I recently came across yet another problem with the new API route handlers.
I don't care about that. Where's my NextJS stuff? Supabase, nope. That doesn't help. That's dumb. She says, look, it's one file. Why would all my other files be causing the problem? That's not even a thing. It's like, why? It's one file. Email goes to this file runs twice. It doesn't matter what the other files are doing. That don't make any sense. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. That's not a thing, man. It's not a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Only addition was a console log to test how many times the endpoint code runs, and I couldn't reproduce. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He says she couldn't reproduce it, but I don't know. I don't see how my other files would have any effect on it. Dojo blog. I don't need the Dojo blog one. That's mine. Oh, yeah, I'm just, my brain is fried. I need food. All right, time for a break. Maybe I'll do something else in a minute, but yeah, exactly. My brain is on coding. Bleh, just bleh right now. Pink mist. Anyway, I'm gonna log off for a bit. I'll be back maybe in a bit and do some Marvel Snap or something.